Welcome to the Bishop Fox Livestream from the RSA conference in San Francisco, California. My name is Tom Eston. I'm the VP of Consulting and Delivery at Bishop Fox, and this is my co-host.
Hi, I'm Matthew Twells. I'm a Senior Solutions Architect at Bishop Fox. I'm essentially the professional nerd that we drop into sales calls. My job essentially is to take the conversation and turn that into levels of effort, kind of who we're going to put on the test, and I always joke that everyone's bill's kind of my fault here at Bishop Fox. Yeah, Tom.
I love that you're a professional nerd. That says a lot about you, actually. Yes. Well, I am really pleased to introduce our first guest, which is John Hammond. He's the Principal Security Researcher at Huntress, and I have to say that he's also the Mr. Beast of cyber. So John, welcome to the live stream.
Well, goodness, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Super flattered to be here, and I absolutely resonate. I feel like I always share the same intro. Hey, I try to be the professional nerd and geek and doing just, hey, anything we can on the keyboard to have some fun.
Yeah, and I said Mr. Beast of cyber because you are a famous YouTuber. Whether or not you want to agree with that, but you have like 1.5 million subscribers. You've been doing YouTube for a long time. I think that's really kind of like set your career off in a new direction. I did want to call out one video in particular that I watched recently, your finding weird devices on the public internet. Can you talk to us a little bit about that video?
Oh, goodness. Well, hey, thank you so much. Very flattered. And yes, YouTube is a passion. I know it sounds silly. It's not always like the best conversation starter when you say, I have a YouTube channel, especially in the niche of cybersecurity and all that we do with tech. But I hope, I try my best to get education and messaging and really just training. Hey, trying to help folks learn and get really into the scene and do everything that we're up to in the industry. So it's a labor of love, but thank you for tuning in to that recent video, finding weird stuff out on the internet. And that was exactly it. I try to bring this exploratory, sort of discovery-based approach, and look, there's, hey, no pressure. It's just sort of just seeing what's out there, exploring, a little bit of fun, and both entertainment and education blending together. But yeah, we were, hey, just trying to see, are there any IP addresses? Are there any devices that just have things publicly available, like a camera feed or CCTV or billboards out and about? And you can find some strange, silly stuff.
Yeah.
I did have one specific question. Do you have any plans to turn the golden play button into a weird device on the public internet?
That would be awesome. And it's funny, look, I'll be honest, I selfishly, totally, really would like that golden play button, and it's something that, hey, I'm trying to track down. I asked YouTube, asked Google, can you send that to me, guys? We're just about halfway up the ladder now, but I think they're a little bit behind in churning those out for the Creator Awards.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Well, it's always logistics, huh?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on your success on YouTube, and it's so awesome just to see a content creator like yourself, like doing awesome things for the community and everything that you do. Today we kind of wanted to talk about red teaming, like threat intel and red teaming. From kind of your experience, what do you think are the priorities that an organization has to think about when they align business goals with the things that they need to do in a red teaming engagement?
Yeah. Well, I'll admit, I'm a little bit of an anomaly here. I'll fall on my sword and look, I don't always strictly do that, in-depth hardcore red teaming and pen testing and all of that whole world. Where I'm at, Huntress, is more for defense. But it's fun to have those conversations and see from both sides, because I think that should be the biggest priority. Is, hey, how can we collaborate? And when the red team gets together and does what they do, has some stealth, emulates these adversaries, puts these tactics, techniques, and procedures into practice, well, what even gets seen, if anything? I mean, we know stealth is certainly a part of that, but hey, are there things that you can go to the stakeholders, go to the end customer and company that you're working with and say, this is the impact that we were actually able to accomplish? And are these things that we would like to tweak and tune and configure and reset so that, like, hey, that's not an opportunity in the future, or that a real, genuine adversary might be able to do? That, I think, is absolutely paramount, just aligning both sides of the spectrum there.
It actually kind of really leads into the next question we had, is, I think, red teaming. I always joke that kind of like the first thing you realize when you're really a professional is you realize that it's actually everyone's in sales, whether you like it or not. And kind of the business objectives take over from security as a craft in and of itself. And then red teaming is where that kind of comes back into play, where a lot of red teams are like, I wrote my own tool set, I built everything from scratch. And you're like, okay, cool. It's still sales in a way.
Right.
And like, so when you see like, but you've also then got the very real aggressive technical threat landscape that is evolving. AI is now involved. How do you see balancing the very real kind of like, red teaming is consulting basically is what I'm trying to say. How do you balance that with the fact that we have to get better at the actual emulation that red teaming is for versus the business goal of like, hey, I want to just see what my threat posture is like? Because are you kind of like, do you think they can coexist, or do you see like one kind of being more important than the other? Like, how do you see it in general, like balancing business versus security as a craft in and of itself?
Ooh, that's a super good question. I think they can coexist, and I'd love to maybe even hear your thoughts on that, but I think it certainly does ebb and flow. I think it boils down to, look, the practitioner, maybe us, you as a red teamer, are thinking, hey, I've got my own tooling, I'm building up these sweet security things that I can do for hacking and cracking, doing everything that we do. But you're right, like you've got to have a certain amount of sales expertise to be consulting and be talking with the folks that you're working with. With that, you really do have to stay on the cutting edge. And I don't say that just because everyone tends to say it, but genuinely, like, look, what are those adversaries that really are, quote unquote APT, or that really are the threat actors out doing real damage? Is there some new trick? Is there some new novelty? Is there some new, I don't know, end day, 0 day, blah, blah, blah? Are those things that we would put into practice for the work that a red teamer might do day in and day out? And can we bring that to, I don't want to say the sales conversation, but I do want to say the red team engagement itself, and now add that value to the customer?
Do you find like in general though, like with that, can you potentially like lead? I always say that basics done well will get you further than being able to do the ninja thing, like the new ninja thing. And I find that a lot of it, like it kind of all lives and dies with risk management in the end.
Totally.
Like, if you look at red teaming as part of that, I found that you can make it coexist, being like just it's an extension of what you're doing. Is that kind of where you'd say you would land as well?
I think I would. And I really like kind of what you said there. Look, the basics are really the foundation. And I don't mean to harp on that. I know we all do all the time, but that is just the reason that we harp on it is because it's the right answer. You don't need all the high-flying hijinks, but we do need to make sure we get the basics of security right.
Kind of looking at this from a defensive perspective, right? Because you know, Huntress and the things that you're doing, you know, definitely more on the defensive side of things. How do you see threat intelligence kind of fit into all of that? Maybe thinking it from your perspective.
Thank you. I think that is a fun conversation to have, especially. I don't want to lean towards the ninja conversation that we were earlier, but look, when I think of the threat intelligence and what genuine adversaries or APTs are up to, they're oftentimes just spreading out info that can be used and then reused and maybe used that might even be, hey, an opportunity for a red team. And it's funny, you have some conversations with folks. Look, are you going through ransomware data dumps? Are you looking at these leaked credentials and breaches that just suddenly appear on the internet? And I think some red teamers that might be able to say like, yes, absolutely, because I want to use that for the work that I do to bring a lot of that current edge stuff. So threat intelligence of just knowing what is happening in the world, what's the latest, big bad B word breach or incident, hey, that's stuff that we need to bring into the craft because those are the real threats. Those are the things we're trying to emulate. So, absolutely.
Would you say, in general, to kind of bring that basics done well conversation in, I've always wondered, like, do you feel people kind of over-index on technical defenses controls? Or do you feel like, again, do you have a disaster recovery plan? Do the phone numbers still work? Like that kind of stuff. My background's in audit.
Nice.
So this is the kind of stuff that was my bread and butter. And you start asking questions and then people get very sweaty very quickly.
Yes.
On the questions because they go, oh, actually, no, I don't. And you know, well, how did you expect these technical controls to work? Because what if that guy's asleep? And it's really simple stuff though. It's like, because I was in the military for a little bit. And we always say like every plan dies at first contact. Yeah. And that's, I think, the first contact for you is very likely going to be someone's on the laptop, they're spreading through the network. That's where your technical defensive controls would come in. But if you've not done any of the other prep work, do you feel like do you think we over-index as an industry maybe on that? Or like, where do you kind of fall as a practitioner and kind of personality on this?
Absolutely. I think it's something that we just sort of need to have in the back of our minds and maybe move front and forward up in the center the best that we can. But like we were joking, even just at the very start, hey, we're nerds and geeks. Like we like to be on the keyboard, we like the technical work. That's fun, that's sexy, it's cool. So I'll admit, I'll be the first to say, I really lean into those technical controls. Oh, what are the tweaks, tunes, registry settings we could play with? But at the end of the day, as you mentioned, do you know the phone number of the breach coach? Or do you actually know, okay, who are the insurance providers that we might need to get a hold of if something were to really genuinely hit the fan? With all that said, yeah, it's the policies, it's the procedures, it's the backup continuity, disaster recovery work that we can do. And that stuff isn't as sexy, but it's, I feel like, absolutely necessary.
It kind of brings us to the next question here of like, red teaming, and I said blend in the defensive stuff too. I think it's all kind of the same coin, two different sides.
Totally.
But as like an engine for innovation itself, and again, maybe it could be as well like this basic welcome theme that's kind of coming through. Like maybe that's where the next innovation would be, is making sure like, hey, with AI stuff, maybe like AI policy generation or something like that. Just like, is that where do you think, like how with the craft of what you're seeing in real world, where do you see like the next kind of innovation coming through, like using these strategies to kind of build something new? Like a new capability or a new thing we can do and offer?
It is a widespread, and I don't think I'd be able to, hey, pinpoint one sweet case study, a real example, but we could go through even just the imaginary laundry list of, yeah, what are the new innovations, what are the new things that an organization can bring to life thanks to the red teaming work. And it's weird to say because, oh, you know, someone's beating stuff up, breaking doors and windows, trying to see where the holes and gaps are, but genuinely, that's so that you get to have conversations you wouldn't have had otherwise. Like, is our network architecture as it should be? For the security sake, is there certain topologies, VLANs, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Do we need to re-architect? Do we need to reorganize? Do we need to maybe build out more of those policies and things we were chatting about just a moment ago? Or, where's that place for AI and some of the other new things, hey, big buzzwords bingo card that we'd like to dig into, but there is a genuine, real appreciation for that. I think that is when you have those conversations you wouldn't have before, but that's the absolute value of doing that emulation, doing the testing, and being on the red team.
So one of the questions I wanted to ask you, because this is a big theme at RSA this year, is AI, right?
Yep.
You walk the expo floor and it's AI everything. All vendors have integrated it in some way, shape, or form. What is your take on AI in terms of kind of your purview of threat intelligence and on the defensive side? What does that look like for organizations in the future?
Speaking just as John, I feel like I have not drank the Kool-Aid, so to speak, yet, as that, oh, AI is the big revolutionary silver bullet savior. I do think, without a doubt, 1,000%, it augments the work that we do, and it's kind of in, I can't say harmony, but it's really working hand in hand with the operator, whether you're on the red team or whether you're on the blue team with defense and extra. There's a lot we could do about, okay, trying to find the anomalies, trying to benchmark and see the delta of what's just normal and natural in our environment. And then, I don't know, maybe if you are trying to build out an exploit or some new proof of concept, things you could build into your tests for red teaming, GitHub Copilot, ChatGPT, I don't know, any of these things that, if you're willing, hey, here's some of the code that I'm looking at. Can you find something weird here? Can you help me put things together? There's a lot of runway there, but it's always still with human in the mix.
Nice. Well, John, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on the live stream. Where can our audience find out more about you and everything you got going on?
Well, goodness, thank you so much for letting me ramble for a little bit. This was a ton of fun, guys. But you can track me down online. You'll see my ugly mug, stupid red hair, and it's on YouTube, it's on Twitter, it's on LinkedIn, all the name John Hammond. But I'll see you online. Please don't hesitate, reach out, don't be a stranger.
Awesome. Well, thank you, John. And that's going to wrap up this first interview of the Bishop Fox live stream from the RSA conference in San Francisco. Thanks for watching.
Thank you. Hi, welcome back. I'm Matthew Twells, Senior Solutions Architect at Bishop Fox. Bit of a change of topic this time around. We're going to be it's called Navigating the Maze of IAM, Identity Access Management in Cloud Environments. Joined by two distinguished guests. We've got Komal here, who's the founding software engineer at P0 Security. They create tools to simplify cloud security. And then we've got Rita Gurevich here as well, who's the CEO and founder of Sphere, which is a leading identity hygiene company. We'll get into that in a little bit. She has won many, many awards, much more impressive resume than I have for sure. And Komal as well has a degree in comp sci from Carnegie Mellon. Again, much more. I'm the business major here. So what I'd like to talk to you about, because this is a bit of a change of topic from red teaming, which we were just talking about before, but I do think as someone who has a background in audit, this is kind of like my wheelhouse, and I really, really enjoy talking about it. I'd love to kind of hear both of your thoughts on IAM in general, like identity management. I think it all kind of connects back there one way or another. It's like if you don't know who the people are, where they are, what they can do, the rest of it's all kind of window dressing at that point. And that's something, because again, it's basically the basis of almost all audit frameworks that people are going, all right, do you guys agree is more the technical implementation side? Like, so Komal, like this is kind of what your guys' startups actually do, what the companies do. What do you feel like is sort of like what's like the most pressing issue, I would say? Like, what's like the single thing that you think, if you could like tackle that, like from the customers that you talk to, what's to say the single most pressing issue?
I think a really big thing is machine identities. I think it's become big in like the past couple of years, just with the scale of cloud environments. We see like machine identities far outnumbering humans, and people don't really know what to deal with them. Like humans are managed through your identity provider. You know what everyone's role is. Whereas like with machine identities, we see people who are like, I have like hundreds, maybe thousands of service accounts, and I don't know what they all do or what they're supposed to do. Maybe they have more access than they need. Maybe they have credentials or keys that are just laying around. You don't know who has access to what. And it seems like there aren't really good solutions for managing these on the market right now. So I think that's something that's really top of mind for us and has been relevant in a lot of like recent cloud breaches as well.
I think it's actually going to be a really good segue to what you guys do, but you kind of say like service accounts, if you're not familiar with the machine identity terminology, is kind of like if you have a person, you can go, oh, it's Komal's identity, she logged in, it's her that's doing it, whereas you're talking more about like this server can log into another server, and a lot of people go, well, I don't have to manage that. And you're like, you absolutely do. A root login is a root login, regardless of where it is. And when you multiply that out against these kind of, imagine the enterprises you're working with, thousands, far outnumbering the amount of people that you have working for you, it's almost then the primary thing you should be worrying about, right? I guess that kind of leads into sort of identity hygiene. I'd love if you just kind of rough definition of what you guys, because it's a really interesting term, and I think I liked it when I started doing some research.
Thank you. We used to call ourselves identity cleanup crew, permissions janitors. So identity hygienist is a little bit more elegant. But really, it kind of doubles down on what you said. You have to be able to automate the discovery of your identities and also fixing the problems that you discover. So absolutely, I think what's happened in recent years, and maybe in more than recent years, is everyone moving to the cloud, these crazy hybrid environments, and your scope is dramatically different and dramatically bigger. And understanding the relationships, like what machine identities can talk to what target systems, is absolutely critical. But it still always comes back to the identity. It still has to come back to the human element. If you go to our website, all we talk about is ownership. Figuring out who's the human that can validate that information, and how do you fix problems where machines can talk to other systems that they shouldn't, service accounts that are permissioned in ways they shouldn't be. How do you fix that without breaking everything in the process? And we always talk about ownership in that regard.
No, absolutely. It's the most boring but most important word in security.
I don't think it's boring.
I think it's about like inventory is the most. It's a boring concept, but it's one of those things that I think identity is like the next step above that. And I think you mentioned before about like machine identities. If you don't know what these things are doing, you're never going to be able to talk to them. So like if you're then getting like visibility, information. So what I'd love to kind of transition into there is, so your company looks at things like, I had a quick look at the website, and I remember seeing it sort of, discover all these like hidden data, and it kind of reminds me of the concept of shadow IT a little bit. There's like, I don't know what you call like shadow identity almost, but like that's kind of what like the tool does. I thought it was really, really cool. When you see like tech and sort of strategies, I would say is the word I'm thinking of. Like if you've got all this information at hand, like information, I say, is like half the battle. But what would you suggest, say, if someone is like, okay, I want to get a handle on this? Especially I'm thinking like legacy companies, like your insurance companies, where you turn up and everyone's still running Windows XP for some reason. And you show up and like, they go, yep, here's my AD. And you go on there and it says 42,000 identities. And they go, oh, cool, I can see that. And when like they're done crying, they'll come like, what do I do next? Because I think that's the bit I think a lot of people, especially from my audit background, they really struggled with. Like you can tell them they've got this, what now? Because someone has to go, like, are you going to send someone to dig through 42,000 identities? No, absolutely not. So just curious what you, especially to start with Rita and I'll go to Komal, but what do you think is like for next step? If the information's in there, the dashboard is flashing, what would you suggest is like just next step, even if it's just the first small one?
Yeah, so I think inventory is obviously step one, and believe it or not, so many of our customers struggle with just that, right? But then how do you make it actionable? How do you make it intelligent? So we have a lot of tricks up our sleeve that we've learned along 14 years of doing this for customers. You have to be specific. Things like cataloging and categorizing your accounts by type. A service account and a machine identity is different than a regular user logon or an admin account. And it's not bad to have identities. That's what our companies consist of. That's how our companies make revenue, right? That's how we operate. But it's about finding where the problems are and being able to fix that cleanly and elegantly. And that's what I think people need to think about. And one final point, and I'm dying to know what you have to say about this, but I'm excited that people aren't thinking of this as a project anymore. They're thinking about this as a continuous requirement. And for me, that's like what we've been preaching for so long. Hygiene, you don't shower once a day or once a year, or you shower probably all the time, and you have to constantly maintain, right? So that's very important, and I think that that's a theme that's starting to really take hold in the market, and that excites me.
No, absolutely. Do you have any sort of kind of more technical or more implementation standpoint, kind of from your software background? I'm thinking like, have like a strategy from a technical kind of implementation aspect. Do you have any viewpoints there?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think for us, it's really about just surfacing the risky identities. And so what that looks like, oftentimes that means unused machine identities. So we'll, like, if this service account hasn't been used for anything for like the past 90 days, and it has all this access on your account, probably you can just remove it. Another thing we really look at is like, what permissions does everything have on your account, and what does that mean? So like something that we do is we say that like, okay, this identity can read your data or delete your data or read your secrets. So we try to surface like the actual impact of those permissions. And then I think like the other piece is just looking for identities with credentials. So we really recommend against using long-lived keys, just because those can so easily be compromised. So we're really gonna surface those to you. And I think there's like one piece here where there's like a tension between like security and developers when it comes to taking these actions. Where like we talk to people and they're like, oh, we have all of these identities that we want to remove, but engineering is like, no, we need them. So I think something that like is really top of mind for us is like how to resolve this tension.
I always joke to some of the customers on sales calls where like, if I wanted to really test my access, I'd hire a developer, not a hacker. Because no one will tunnel through your firewall rules faster than a developer trying to test the front end somewhere, and then they'll forget to shut the door behind them. So I think you kind of hit on a conversation there where I talk about like the blast radius of a given entity in a network. As an entity, I guess, if you're just talking about people or service accounts, and I think a lot, even maybe I'm guilty of this, is kind of just immediately thinking, oh, it's a person. It's a thing, like it's the developer. It might be the senior, for example, who has a few more access roles than someone else, looking at toxic access combinations and stuff like that, which is stuff you can literally map in Active Directory. Then you've got yourself there, like what is the risk of kind of like, if, let's assume a compromise, what can they touch? What can they do? Is the key still valid? And I think a lot of people, you mentioned about just like generally the basic inventory, a big one for people is like joiner, mover, leaver. Did they cut the access off? I don't think I've met a single person in the last couple of years that's doing that for their service accounts. Because like, you've people who've got 3 people running a process.
Rotating passwords.
Right.
Absolutely.
And people hate credential vaults because they have to pull them out. So kind of taking that and running with it, specifically thinking like Active Directory is obviously the biggest identity store for most people. Some people use other things. If you're insane, you're on Linux and you're just rolling your own Samba. But like in general, hybrid environments, I think, people go like moving to the cloud. We see a lot of people, at least at Bishop Fox, that are kind of intentionally keeping one foot in both spaces. They're using cloud for what it's good for, and they're keeping that on-prem. Do you see any risks from both of your standpoints with keeping you're not migrating? The endpoint is always intended to be both. Then you have basically syncing is like my biggest thing I would think of is like, do they match? Because if they don't, then you have an issue maybe in your cloud, and process becomes a big thing.
Yeah, so definitely it's a problem. And kind of just to take a step back, I had a meeting with a customer in London last week, and he said something that just stuck with me. He said, it's not just about hacking in, it's about logging in, right? And that's kind of a pivotal shift in the things that these poor CISOs have to think about all day, every day. And you mentioned blast radius, and how many times do we see a buried privileged account in a heavily nested AD group? And that exists in on-prem AD, in Entra ID, in hybrid environments, and those are some of the bigger challenges. And then when that account is part of a group that's permissioned to so many servers, that blast radius is massive. But the silver lining is, if you know that that exists, one change can fix a lot.
Yeah.
So it's about discovery. It's about knowing what you have and being able to fix it elegantly.
Mm-hmm. I'm interested for yourself, again, from like a real technical kind of like an engineering standpoint, specifically with those two. Like Azure AD is a big one people use, Active Directory. A lot of these deployments are very old, I find. I'm sure you're kind of preaching to the choirs here, but like, do you find that it's basically an old piece of kit, if you think about it, and a lot of people are kind of organically grown into these enormous, kind of just like octopus beasts of trying to like, you know, do you find it when they go, oh, I'm gonna go mirror that to the cloud? Is there some way where you would say, stop, do this instead? Or do you think like, oh, we can adapt what we're doing to what is gonna be the easiest option for the person moving to the cloud? Like if they're gonna use both, at least do this. So do you have any viewpoints there that you would say like?
Yeah, I think, so I mean, I primarily have experience with like the cloud environments rather than on-prem, but I think we definitely see these issues where like people have just so many identities. And I think when you mentioned groups, I think just transitive access, or like the idea that like you might not have permissions like for yourself, but you have permissions because you're part of a group that's part of another group. Or we often see this, like going back to machine identities, like you have access to this machine identity, which is access to this other machine identity. So I think like all of those types of transitive access paths can be really tricky. So I think definitely like group membership and machine identity access are really things to think about. And I think really the big thing is just like cleaning up unused identities. And I think that's like relevant both on-prem or like in the cloud. Just oftentimes people have this bloat and they don't need it, but it's hard to know, like, is this group being used? And so I think oftentimes people err on the side of just leaving it there, which can be dangerous.
I think you mentioned it kind of, because I remember vividly learning about cybersecurity when I was in the army and reading about permissions inheritance and immediately going, oh no, like that, because unfortunately, like the army is the prototypical beast of just, there's a role that nobody knows who that guy is. And like that's been there forever. You realize a key is still a key, even if you're not using it. If someone picks it up and it opens the door, the key has performed its function. So you mentioned trends before. And unfortunately, every conversation at RSA, it's a countdown till the acronym gets mentioned, but AI and ML.
Yep, I knew that was coming.
Absolutely. AI is the CrossFit of IT. It's just a countdown until someone mentions it. But again, considering your respective focuses and kind of what you guys do day in, day out, how do you see AI, especially as like a powerful automation? Because I think that's the real use case for it. You know, people always joke it's basically spicy autocomplete. But in general, I think it is going to be things like process automation. It's going to be things like, we were talking to John before about like literally process documentation. Like absolutely write that, that's perfect. Because it's something repeatable, you want to reference it. How do you see that kind of, how do you think it tangibly, sort of more thinking tangibly affecting the work that you guys do? Are you seeing it already?
Oh my goodness, yes. You know, what our technology does is essentially automates very manual processes. So it amplifies what a human can do by hand. So AI is like the best thing on earth for us. Things like ownership automation and being even more accurate and being able to be flexible but still be specific. AI enables that. We're looking at things like risk scoring and comparing customers to each other anonymously so people can create better baselines. Being more deliberate in what is a real control violation and how do you fix that elegantly. I say that word so much. So AI is going to change our world. I hope robots don't take over the world, but we're definitely going to leverage AI in our technology.
This is why I say please and thank you to ChatGPT every time I use it. It's just to make sure if they do take over, at least like employ me as a barista or something. Go back to my first job. So you mentioned, so back in your bio, I mentioned about like simplifying cloud security. I'd love to kind of hear more about that. Like you mentioned before about things, just really basic stuff. Like, do you still have unused, like, that's like an easy way of like we call it like risk classification or risk prioritization of what we do, but how would you see, like if you're going into a new deployment and you're thinking like, hey, where do I start? You mentioned before like unused would be where you'd start next. Do you see AI being useful in that process, or just like, what should I tackle first? Or do you see it more further in the process of what you guys do?
Yeah, so I think it can be useful in a variety of spots. I think absolutely the like prioritization of risks. I think like one place where that's really relevant is part of the prioritization process is like deciding what resources you care about in your cloud environment. And people have like thousands of resources, like which S3 buckets are sensitive, which do you not care about? And right now that's something that like we need humans to tell us. So like, the security engineer would have to be like, I care about this bucket. But I think that's like absolutely a place where if we could automatically uncover these sensitive resources, we could say, hey, like we think that this bucket or like this cluster is sensitive. I think that would be really useful to people. And we do have, like right now we're ingesting cloud activity logs from our customers. So like basically all the actions that everyone took on like their Google Cloud environment, which is a really large data set. And I think like analyzing that, making predictions from that is like something that AI is like perfect for.
Yeah, kind of like sort of the aggregation, I guess, of just like, we know who this person is, should that match the activity?
Yeah, and I think also just like being able to predict a user's future activity can really help with deciding what permissions they need. So like right now we'll like recommend permissions based on past usage. But if you could predict future usage, you could be even better.
So things like almost like geolocation could be another one. Like, so if I've got my guy, like I know he's based in Boston, he's like, there's a login coming from Shenzhen province, you're like, maybe that's not him.
That doesn't feel right.
But speaking of kind of like, as I say, like kind of the obvious places to start, but I'm really interested in your guys' thoughts, especially as Sphere would, I guess, count. I always joke we're in the middle of the SaaS apocalypse right now. It's just we've got SaaS tools ingesting findings from other SaaS tools, and then people are finding that to a SaaS tool dashboard. I feel like identity there is like the bit no one's talking about, is you've got an identity in someone else's. That link is there whether you like it or not. I'm talking again from that risk prioritization. How would you, again, that's like a whole other beast to tackle, probably another conversation in and of itself, but I'm interested to hear both your thoughts on like, how would you tackle. But we've met customers, for example, that don't have what you would call a corporate environment. It's all SaaS, all of it. Like, there's no corporate IT network. So you're sat there as the IAM officer at this company going,
what do I do?
Just out of curiosity, do you have any kind of thoughts, hot takes, etc., on kind of tackling the massive third-party risk explosion that I feel is coming or here, depending on your viewpoint?
Yeah, I mean, I made a joke on a LinkedIn post advertising this live stream. I said, we're going to talk about identities on-prem, in the cloud, and underground, right? Because the truth is, you probably see it all over the vendor halls. Identity is the new perimeter, right? It is the way to think about protecting your estate, whether you're all SaaS or in a hybrid mode or whatever state of cloud digital transformation you're in, right? And from my perspective, again, it's just additional scope, additional asset types. It's still about doing the discovery and knowing the relationships and how things communicate with other things, and still always coming back to a human owner and being able to make sure that all of your AI algorithms are fine-tuned and all of your machine learning makes sense, and then being able to say with confidence, with no concern, that you could fix these problems.
I'm specifically really interested in your viewpoint. We mentioned about activity logs before, like the real tangible, this person did this. With a SaaS product, you're kind of extending your risk perimeter out to that company, but you have a 1% of the visibility. How would you I'm interested how you would suggest from like your company's point of view, how that affects the general risk picture, like the IAM risk. Because I'm not going to be able to go to a G Suite and go, maybe they'll send the logs to you, but do you know if that's all of them? But when you're using that as part of like, like machine learning and stuff like that, and AI, what data goes in is what is going to come spat back out at you. Like data quality, data hygiene is a big thing. So I'm curious what your thoughts there about like how third party, if it's not your kit, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this also comes back to just managing machines' non-human identities, because what you're doing is you're giving like these third-party service accounts or like machine identities access in your system oftentimes. And I think that like a big piece is just understanding who has access in what system, and also just like making sure that they need the permissions you've given them. And I think like credential rotation can also come up here, especially if you have like third-party tools that are like using keys on your system. Like, are you making sure that those keys are being properly rotated?
I think your earlier comment about long-lived keys and like that speed of rotation, I think is going to be the thing that saves a lot of people. Just that if that password is the same and someone's logging into someone else's software. No, I think, I guess just one last question here would be, I guess it kind of leads in here, like the overlooked. Like, what do you think most people are overlooking in this area? We all talk. Everything goes back to asset management at the end of the day, but I feel like it's kind of it's a well-known thing. Just people just don't. It's like eating your vegetables. Like we know we have to do it. If there's something that you would both like as a last kind of parting point, what are people missing? Do you think?
I guess I'll start parting words. So kind of doubling down on a statement I made earlier about this kind of continuous need to do this. And we love analogies at Sphere, and we love stories.
Me too.
So a lot of people think of these security projects as diets. I slim down, I do it once, I get healthy, but then I can be unhealthy forever until maybe I check again, right? So we believe that good identity hygiene is a lifestyle change.
Yeah.
It's something that you have to think about and just be part of your day-to-day. And everyone's scared about the big stock of issues with all those legacy systems, all that clutter. But if you can automate that process, clean it up, and then just handle any new issues that pop up, your world will be much cleaner and safer.
Less diet, more kind of just install MyFitnessPal, I guess.
That's right, lifestyle change.
And yourself?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I think especially on like permissions and authorization, just continuous monitoring is a big thing, because even if you fix all of your permissions, someone might go in and give themselves access, or people forget to clean up access. And you really need to be doing this more often than your just like annual compliance reviews or whatever.
Yeah, again, everything comes back to asset management and processes, right?
And hygiene.
And hygiene, absolutely. That'll be what I'm stealing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this conversation.
This was a lot of fun.
This is also absolutely my wheelhouse, so I'm glad I got this one. Where can you guys find you? Like online, so Komal, anyway, like any LinkedIn or anything like that?
Yeah, so I'm on LinkedIn. Feel free to connect, reach out. Happy to chat more about any of the topics or about my company, P0 Security.
And come say hello to the friendly team at booth N4219. And I'll be speaking tomorrow at RSA about intelligent discovery, so I hope to see some of you all there.
Oh, sorry, we're at booth 1960. I forgot about that.
I was about to ask about your booth at RSA.
Yeah.
That's the one thing they need to know.
1960 in the South Hall.
No, thank you so much for your time. I really, really appreciate it. So
thank you so
much. Have a great rest of your weekend.
Thank
I
you.
guess week,
Thank you.
sorry.
Yes.
No, thank you very much.
P0 is the world's first platform for universal access governance that secures access for all identities, human and machine, without affecting developer workflows. How do we do this? Firstly, security teams can use P0 to inventory all identities, identify overprivileged access, and find unused keys. P0 automates the lifecycle management of user access using developer-friendly workflows in Slack, Teams, web, or command line. Engineers can request just-in-time and short-lived access to any resource such as S3, or shell access to a virtual machine without deploying a proxy or a bastion. P0 greatly simplifies lifecycle management of machine access. P0 can infer service owners, identify access risks, suggest Terraform fixes, and create and route PRs to their respective owners. P0 is the world's first platform for universal access governance that secures access for all identities, human and machine, without affecting developer workflows. How do we do this? Firstly, security teams can use P0 to inventory all identities, identify overprivileged access, and find unused keys. P0 automates the lifecycle management of user access using developer-friendly workflows in Slack, Teams, web, or command line. Engineers can request just-in-time and short-lived access to any resource such as S3, or shell access to a virtual machine without deploying a proxy or a bastion. P0 greatly simplifies lifecycle management of machine access. P0 can infer service owners, identify access risks, suggest Terraform fixes, and create and route PRs to their respective owners. P0 is the world's first platform for universal access governance that secures access for all identities, human and machine, without affecting developer workflows. How do we do this? Firstly, security teams can use P0 to inventory all identities, identify overprivileged access, and find unused keys. P0 automates the lifecycle management of user access using developer-friendly workflows in Slack, Teams, web, or command line. Engineers can request just-in-time and short-lived access to any resource such as S3, or shell access to a virtual machine without deploying a proxy or a bastion. P0 greatly simplifies lifecycle management of machine access. P0 can infer service owners, identify access risks, suggest Terraform fixes, and create and route PRs to their respective owners.
Welcome back to the Bishop Fox Livestream from the RSA conference in San Francisco. And joining me for this panel discussion is Daniel Wallance, who is a senior expert at McKinsey & Company. And he's also joined by Justin Greis, who is a partner and North America Cybersecurity Practice Lead, also at McKinsey. Well, welcome to the live stream.
Great to be here.
Yeah,
Thanks,
great
Tom.
to have you both.
Thanks.
So we're going to be talking about the board and the board level view of cybersecurity risk and resilience. And so I wanted to start with you, Daniel. What are kind of the top strategic priorities that you would recommend to kind of executives, really anybody that's speaking to the board, to kind of ensure that you're on the same page with the board? Because it can be kind of challenging, don't you think?
Definitely. And it's a topic very much that we are working with companies on and talking to clients about. One is framing the conversation in terms of risk. At the end of the day, what does this mean in terms of a business risk to the organization? What are the impact to the most critical assets? And using that as a narrative to communicate with boards. The second would be also bringing him into the exercises, bringing him into tabletop exercises, having him think through what it would actually take to respond to an incident and how that factors into some of the decision making. And then the third would also be really getting to the heart of, hey, how do we truly know we're as good as we say we are? How do we truly know our capabilities are as effective? And having that as part of the narrative and part of the discussion with the board.
Yeah. So what do you think about that, Justin? Similar views?
Yeah, just to maybe go a little bit further on the first point that Daniel made around making it in terms of framing it in terms of risk, I would say that one of the biggest mistakes that we see in presenting and communicating with the board is expecting that they should be able to interpret live and do live interpretation of all the technical things that a security organization is so used to conveying. And so I would say convey the risk in terms of business impact. We've seen the evolution from security that doesn't matter and doesn't get reported up to the board to a maturity level view of saying, hey, here's how good we are at building our own capabilities to reduce and mitigate the threat. We're moving into this new era of risk-based and business back. And so Daniel covered the risk, but business back is saying, hey, how many vulnerabilities do we have, or what business process is at risk? What would happen if that business process went down? How would we recover? How would we respond? But framing the conversation always in terms of products, business lines, segments of the business, because that is the language that boards understand and speak in.
Yeah. Yeah, I often think of, there's a sense of urgency, I think, with a lot of discussions that I think leaders need to communicate to the board. How do you, what's some advice that you can give leaders when they're communicating urgent or maybe business impactful issues to the board?
One is framing it in terms of a narrative. What is the story that you're trying to communicate? It's not just about the technical vulnerabilities. It's not just about, hey, these are the threats we're detecting, but framing it in terms of here's what we're trying to protect from the organization. Here's our capabilities or critical assets, and bringing them into that dialogue in terms of that conversation. And then it's having this as part of just the ongoing dialogue and the ongoing conversation, even outside of regular reporting, just education sessions. Hey, these are the latest threats that we're seeing. These are things that are happening to competitors, to other organizations. And this is why we're deploying the controls and the capabilities that we have.
Yeah.
And Tom, but boards understand urgency, right? Urgency is a speed they work at, and they expect it. I think the issue in the world of cyber is that everything seems urgent. We have to patch in so many days. There's a 0 day. There's an issue. We got to respond right away. So being able to stratify, we got to do these things first, second, third, and so urgency is a language they understand, but it's a matter of how you convey that urgency and stratifying those things into into an order and a set of dependencies that they can then understand.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of success with just telling stories, right?
Totally.
About things that the organization did, or like explaining like a red team engagement is a great way of doing that, right? Of like, yeah, they were able to compromise this information. This is how they did it, and sometimes it becomes very captivating to the board to hear real examples of how they did something versus just a bunch of numbers on the screen.
Exactly.
And one thing I've seen really effective is the show, don't tell, right? If you can, especially to a board that may not have seen it before or understand the impact of what some of these things can do, is walking them through the anatomy of an attack. And I've seen Bishop Fox do that exceptionally well, and that is something that I think is a real eye-opener. If a board hasn't gone through that exercise to see exactly how this can happen, either in a red team context or a post-breach context, I think that's an excellent exercise to convey that.
Definitely. So let's talk about complexity, complex security concerns, things that are oftentimes very technical, but they obviously need to resonate in terms of risk back to the board. How can someone address that?
One is keeping it simple. Don't get caught up in the technology. At the same time, a lot of the boards want to get smarter. They want to learn. Many of the directors that I know and have come across are sitting on multiple boards, and they're learning from the other organizations that they're sitting on. They're learning from their peers on those boards as well. So getting ahead of that and engaging in conversations, engaging in dialogues in terms of what are the latest cybersecurity threats, what's the latest technology to defend against it, because they are interested as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel nailed it, and I feel like we said, it's complex, so keep it simple. But it really is trying to simplify it into terms that they can understand. Now, I think the problem is, and we covered this in our webinar yesterday, is that the landscape is changing and it's becoming more complex. So the question then is how do you simplify it? How do you create that storyline, that narrative? Creating a set of metrics that the board can understand and see repeatedly over time. There's going to be topics that you're going to introduce that are going to change, right? Sort of that rotating slew of topics that are going to come up, whether it be compliance related or business related, but showing them the same thing over and over with a set of consistent KPIs, KRIs, performance indicators. They can get used to seeing it, and that really simplifies it in their mind. But I'll tell you, you hit it, is trying to keep the message simple.
Yeah. Now, there's oftentimes you're going to get feedback from the board, right? After presenting, maybe even during presenting information to them. What are some best practices of taking that feedback back to the teams, back to your leadership? Because sometimes the board can maybe a little, it could be a little tough to hear some maybe critical feedback about the business and about how things are run. What are some strategies around that?
I'd view it first very much as a partnership. Yes, management has their set of responsibilities. Yes, the board has their oversight responsibilities. But at the end of the day, both groups are very much focused on protecting and securing the organization. So engaging in conversations such as risk tolerances, risk thresholds, prioritizations is great insight that can then be brought back to the organization and leveraged in terms of conversations around how do we now execute our capabilities based on the thresholds that we discussed with the board.
I hope that they get feedback. I hope that as the report out happens, that there are questions being asked. The worst thing is silence. It means they don't understand. But if feedback and questions are coming, that is actually a really good sign. But Tom, the thing that I think I would emphasize is it shouldn't just be a one-time feedback. It is consistent. It's there should be multiple dialogues leading up to the board conversation, whether it be through the audit and risk committee or a special cyber subcommittee or the broader committee conversation. There should be multiple touch points leading up to that. And I find one of the things that some of the more exceptional CISOs do well is they have a great relationship with the audit and risk committee chair, and they meet and they talk about it and they shape the message together. To Daniel's point about it being a partnership, and then when it comes time to report out, they're in it together versus it being an adversarial. Now, it has to be a bit of a check and challenge, right? The governance portion of the board, noses in, fingers out, is very much alive, and you have to maintain that. However, it's too complex of a topic for it to be adversarial.
Yeah. Partnership is definitely key. And it's interesting to me to see how I think things have changed more recently, where the board is taking an active interest in what's going on around the cybersecurity of an organization. So I think these are all positive things. Kind of speaking on that point, what do you think the board's role is in terms of fostering like culture, a good cybersecurity culture in an organization? Because oftentimes the board seems to be this ominous group, right, that just oversees everything. But like you said, it is a partnership, and boards at the end of the day really care about the business and the business operations. So how can the board become more involved in creating that good cybersecurity culture?
Say celebrate good cybersecurity. Recognize that the organization's building out advancing capabilities. View it as something to focus on as a value add to the organization versus just trying to prevent something bad from happening, and emphasize that messaging together with management. That becomes something that resonates through all parts of the organization. Because at the end of the day, this isn't just cybersecurity, this isn't just technology, it's not just the board, it's a whole of organization in order to mitigate the risks from cyber.
Yeah, I love that celebration point. The one of the things that we talked about in the webinar yesterday was even just the language that the board uses. One of the hallmarks that we will look for in a board presentation is the sort of the use of the word "you" and sort of finger pointing. If you use words like "we" and "our," it sort of shows signs that you're in it together. And that sets the foundation for culture and more of an inclusive environment that, hey, we are trying to tackle this together. And that's one very tactical way. I think more strategic is asking good questions, reading the material, educating yourself, and this is also on the CISO as well. Is taking the proactive steps to meet with the board members, understand where they're at, and communicating with them in terms that they can understand on their level, and asking for their support, and building those individual relationships. Because if all you're doing is showing up quarterly, biannually, or worse yet, annually, and giving us update, that's tough, right? It's hard to build that relationship and that connection and the continuity from one update to the next, and then that'll build a foundation, a culture of support, awareness, and it'll value it in the organization.
Are there any tips that you've seen that work really well? I know I've heard a lot more ideas around, like, let's get the material, like the board deck, out to the board well in advance so they can actually read it and they can actually formulate questions. Like you said, instead of this one-time meeting, right? Are there other techniques that you're seeing?
One of the ones that I've seen that was most effective is actually bringing members of the board into the SOC, into the Security Operations Center, and have them see what it's like day to day. Have them walk through how an attack might unfold, what the response would be. The more you can actually bring them in to the organization in terms of seeing the capabilities, the more impactful those conversations become.
Well, and I love that because it's sort of like walking the line, right? Is seeing how the sausage is made and how complex this is, and then what capabilities we're building, as a result. And maybe I'll address your point in terms of two groups. I think to the board, ask of your CISOs, what else do you need? And make sure when you're ask them in a place where their answers can be unconstrained. We talk about reporting lines of CISOs and where they should report. It's a big topic of conversation. And in the end, it doesn't matter. But what does matter is transparency and the ability to be able to communicate the message directly. And so, I don't necessarily have a strong opinion one way or the other from a reporting perspective, but as long as that transparency and that direct communication is there, that's great. And so to the boards, ask what they need in order for the program to be successful to protect the business. I think to the CISOs, just a telling a story here. One of the most effective things that I've seen a CISO do is when they had their pre-meetings with the board members is ask if they can secure what they're doing on a personal level. Tell me about your home network. Tell me about are you monitoring credit? Tell me about how your kids are sort of managing their passwords. Because we've seen board members be targeted, and that can be an area of weakness. We're going to continue to see that. But when you start to establish that connection, that's great. One CISO I work with closely actually went out to their home and did a security review, and that was phenomenal. With each of the board members, secured their network, and they had a set of guidance. And that way, when he, in this case, came back and said, "Hey, passwords," they said, "Oh, right, like the time we had to go change all of our social media passwords or our banking passwords to be different, and we used a password vault." And then you can make the analogies of that to PAM. So there's a lot of different ways to make it work.
Yeah, I like that a lot, of like relating personal security situations and things like that. That's really cool. Awesome. Well, as we wrap up here, where can our audience find out more about you both and McKinsey? I'm going to start with you.
A lot of resources on our website, a good amount of articles, including one that will be forthcoming on cybersecurity and the board of directors.
Great.
Yeah, McKinsey.com is a great source, and we have a whole cybersecurity section that we pump out great thought leadership, but obviously LinkedIn, and then we've got a number of McKinsey apps that you can get all sorts of insight from, which is great source of information. But feel free to reach out to either of us on LinkedIn or through our email addresses, and happy to help.
Great. Well, thank you both for being part of the live
you.
stream. Much appreciated. Love the
Thanks,
conversation. Awesome.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And we'll be back with more from the Bishop Fox live stream from the RSA conference in San Francisco. Stay tuned.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Matthew Twells, Senior Solutions Architect at Bishop Fox. This panel is called Mastering Cyber and Intel Threat Readiness. We've got David Etue here, Principal at Cylent Knights LLC. I'd love to tell you a bit about yourself. How's your week been here at RSA so far? How much swag have you collected?
Zero swag. I haven't made the show floor yet, but will. Glad to be here today. Thank you. I'm the former CEO of Nisos, where I helped scale the first company in managed services for threat intelligence. I've had the opportunity to work in a number of different places in the industry. I actually started my career as a technical practitioner and a CISO, and then went to the vendor side. And disturbingly, I think hitting that 25 years in cyber, which is hard to say out loud. But
You've got to release a greatest hits album now, right?
God no. But no, having a great week. The wonderful chaos of RSAC.
That's probably the right way to put it, right? The chaos of RSA.
Beautiful chaos. It's wonderful, yeah.
So let's put it on our byline next time round. And then the other guy's Nick Selby. There's EVP at Evertas. We've worked together before, but I'd just love for people who've not met you before, kind of say what Evertas does. How are you enjoying your week here in San Francisco?
Loving San Francisco. I run the professional services team at Evertas. Evertas is an insurance company. We're the first crypto insurance company. And I run the professional services team over there. So we do quite a bit of crypto security for the crypto industry, but also sort of traditional cybersecurity consulting. And I've been in intelligence in and out for many years. I had an intelligence startup back in the 2011, 12, something like that. I worked at the NYPD as the Director of Cyber Intelligence and Investigations. I was the Chief Security Officer for Paxos Trust Company and also the VP at Trail of Bits.
As I say, you're probably all uniquely well suited for this particular discussion based on the NYPD. I'm curious from both of you sides, again, practitioners and now kind of leading programs and helping on a more strategic level. What would you say from an intelligence perspective separates kind of people starting out versus kind of the middling, but you're getting some of it right, to the elite? Like, what would you say are those kind of maturity standpoints when it comes to dealing with, we know what intelligence is. Talk about the life cycle, like data intelligence, and then actually doing something with it. I'm
going to push back on whether they know what intelligence is, because I think that's actually part of the big problem.
Yeah, I think that's actually the fundamental part.
Yeah.
I started, I've been primarily in what we now call cybersecurity, but have dabbled in intelligence. I started General Electric's open source intelligence program in 1999, I believe, but I didn't grow up in the intelligence community. And I'll say for me, it was when I was at Fidel Security Systems and doing work with the Air Force was the first time that someone really showed me what the intelligence process was.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't understand the intelligence cycle, you're not doing intelligence. And I think so I think that's really the first sort of measuring step. And a lot of people in our industry grow up in security operations. And again, that's really important. If you don't understand, what lateral movement is, what executables are in systems, what process trees are, you're going to be at a disadvantage in these things. But you also have to understand the intelligence process. And I think one of the things that I've learned, and I think we talk about team maturity, is that you have to have both. And so when a team is just former intelligence folks who don't understand the domain, they struggle. And when a team is a bunch of cybersecurity operators that don't understand the intelligence process, they struggle. And so I think one of the big areas of maturity that I see is when you start. Frankly, I would at this point rather take an intelligence professional and teach them new domain than try to teach the other way around. But I think great teams build both of those capabilities together and have synergies and learning between the two groups. I think that's really I'll let Nick talk more about connecting to the business, but I think that's one of the really key signs of maturity.
Yeah, I agree. I think really defining what the mission is, defining the scope, and making sure that everybody's on board with what it is that you're trying to do. Maybe if you want to be an IOC farm, that's one thing. If you want to figure out sort of competitive intelligence, that's a completely different thing. Once you've decided what the mission is, now applying the tradecraft and the known things that work in intelligence, that becomes a lot easier. The hardest thing to do is, what do we want? What is it that we want to know? What are we going to do with it when we know it? How are we going to contextualize it so that it's as relevant to the geeks in the basement as it is to the people in the C-suite? And how will we make it actionable? How can we make it simple and easy to understand? I think that these are the kinds of questions that when you ask yourself these questions in the beginning, your life becomes a lot easier as you move forward, because you can always use that as the touchstone.
I think because you said mentioned about the background of.
I got a Vice President Pence here going on the fly.
I'm glad it went to visit you.
It was kind of my personal, it kind of aligns with yours about like, I think the mark of an elite is knowing not just the technical side, but I always joke that everything lives and dies in requirements capture.
Yeah.
And you're like, if you don't know what you're aiming at, don't be surprised when you don't get there.
Yeah.
And I think knowing that, and then the communication, it's such a trite thing to say, but I do think, like you mentioned before, like the gap is business awareness. Why
it's huge.
We found this guy cool. The guy, like this, why does the CFO care, basically?
Yeah, so what is the most important question that you can be asking. And especially when you're trying to get the attention of somebody who measures their time in 30-second intervals throughout the day. Well, Mr. CEO here, right? Like, you know, if you're going to have something bubble up from your Intel shop up to the CEO, potentially to the board, it better be worth it. And you better be able to describe it in a way that is succinct and meaningful and actionable immediately.
It's like almost a meaningful use of political capital, honestly, is probably like a mark of the elite. It's like you've got this guy's opinion for maybe 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Make sure he understands on the way, if you're lucky.
Yeah.
Right?
If you're lucky.
You have him in the elevator literally half the time. Just
right.
But that kind of brings me to the next question here is, if you had to think of one or two just main gaps, like where are people falling down right now on this kind of like, you know, setting up these teams, doing the work?
I continue on what we were just talking about. I think it's about you know, preparedness and collaboration. You know, if you told me you had 20 devices encrypted by ransomware, that could be a nothing burger. You know, it could be 20 end user devices that weren't critical that you wipe and reinstall, or it could be the 20 systems that enable the hospital to perform, you know, hard operations, or it could be, you know, your e-commerce system, you know, it could be the gas pipeline, and so, you know, I think that context is really key, and I think it's not just, you know, it's that partnerships with the business, and I think this you know, this is, you know, one of the, everyone talks in RSA about the partnership business, but I think when you can tell when you operationalize them or not. And I think one of the big things that as we built ESOS out was how you build that partnership with your, you know, with your customers to understand that, because that context is everything. And you know, to the conversation with the, you know, with the CEO or CFO, the, hey, you know, you just should know that we had 20 machines happen, we wiped them. You know, if someone asks, we're good, to like, hey, this is code red, you know, I have the head of that business unit doing a business impact analysis in partnership with me, and you know, here's the response plan, here's the impact. You know, here's the disaster plan we're going into to manage this. That communication and those partnerships are, you know, are really hard in most organizations, and I think that's, you know, we're seeing the evolution of the CISO and the intelligence role, the people that actually build those partnerships versus the technical expertise. I
agree. I think that the biggest danger that we have, and I'll go back to the scoping statement because it's really important. The biggest danger that we have is being irrelevant, burning cycles, and so the credibility, our very credibility, comes from setting expectations early and making sure that we've got different messaging and different. The dissemination part of the life cycle has to be something that is relevant to the people who are reading it, right? Where you want to get is where the CEO is like, oh yeah, I read that because it's meaningful to me and I get something out of it. To do that, you've got to overcome the sort of look, in most enterprises today, people treat the security guys like they lent them money, right? You know, these are the people who say no and make your life harder. So they kind of don't want to talk. You've got to overcome that static friction. To get past it to the point we have to get there is by setting the bar for success relatively low at first, coming up with what you consider to be easy wins and delivering consistently on those easy wins. And then building on that track record, because every time you're able to deliver meaningful, contextually relevant, actionable information, you build more credibility, which it just becomes a cycle itself, where your credibility is your entree, and you stay in the room by saying stuff that means something. We have a mutual friend, Eric Olson, who's over at JetBlue, running their Intel shop, and one of the things that he said is most important is op tempo. Making sure that on an absolutely regular basis, and David and I were talking about this a little bit earlier today about certain other things, that you're going to find this universally applies, but you have to take it out for a spin. What was it? I think Eric said, you know, if you're not going to play the clarinet, give it to a kid who will. Like, you've got to have these morning meetings and say, okay, yes, we have sprint goals, we have monthly goals, we have quarterly goals, we have annual goals. The stuff that we trawled and collected overnight, is that changing our plans for today? And if it is, in what way is it changing it? And then we can talk about how we can integrate your intelligence product into your processes. Now it becomes super valuable, and people aren't saying, what the heck do they do down there?
And if it's not, why are you collecting it?
It's exactly what it is.
I have a feeling you may have I guess it's more of like a beige take, I guess, than a hot take. It's fairly obvious, but I keep saying it. When it comes to intelligence, I see it as kind of dealing with information as a whole. And because it is, at the end of the day, it's information, and it turns into something you do with it. It informs an action of some kind. Do you think, as an industry, we kind of hyper-index on, I'd say, like the long tail? It's the nation states. It's the guys doing ninja double backflips. When really, the people you need to be worried about are the guys trying open doors and windows.
Yeah.
And kind of being like, let's tackle that.
Yes,
first.
it's the $5 wrench.
Don't worry about trying to get around LeBron James. Score the 3-point first.
When you're having conversations about, nation state 0 days, and like you have, 5 vulnerabilities exposed to the internet that are related to chems, like no exploitable vulnerabilities, like you're probably not doing it right. I think one of the things that's really important, actually, to the last conversation is I'm a huge fan of tabletop exercises.
Oh yeah.
And I think that one of the things people could do, and this goes to this conversation, is intelligence index in tabletop exercises. I mean, great teams run intelligence tabletops, but that's probably not realistic for most teams. But your organization is doing tabletops. They're doing them for crisis communications. They're doing them for BCDR, and just bringing intelligence index into that really changes the exposure of the team. So when it's hey, we acquired a company, and in the integration process we found out there was ransomware dormant about to turn on, and how you deal with that as a company, that is not an IT problem. Like that is, and so I think bringing intelligence index to that, that is very different if that is a financial motive adversary versus North Korea, and because if as I say, as a CEO, and say years ago, CEOs and CFOs are the only, you ask them how do you look in orange? Like they're the people that can go to jail for the actions of the company. And so you're a CFO and you have ransomware that has taken down your systems, and there is a likelihood that there's an uncertainty if you're paying a North Korean operative the ransom, that's a US Treasury felony problem. And I think those conversations are where you can really bring context and value at a level that the C-suite's probably not expecting from you. They're expecting, there was 9 IP addresses in an IOC, and I think that's where we can really elevate our game. And tabletops are a great way to do it.
Yeah, and also I think the sources that you're looking at for your intelligence, I think that people get, first of all, people should stop. You're not doing espionage, right? You don't have to start speaking in code words all the time. And people tend to take things a little bit too seriously. And they also, in taking it too seriously and thinking that it's all mysterioso, they're missing some of the real gifts that you can get from a good intelligence program, which is, I don't care what the source is, if there's data to look at that could be meaningful, then we should look at it, because if we can take that data and turn that into actionable information, that's really a win. We had a recent customer where they were looking at, they were doing a lot of good stuff in incident readiness, but one of the things that they found was that they were looking at the metrics of incident response from a standpoint of, well, have we reduced the frequency? Have we reduced the severity? That's really good, right? One of the things, though, that I asked, and when we looked and we found the data, was how often do you get the severity wrong? And when we took a look at it, there was a fair bit, and it was a simple pivot table in an Excel spreadsheet, but just taking their data and looking at it differently, and suddenly they're like, wow, we're not training people at that key moment of triage, whether this is a Sev 3 or a Sev 1 or a Sev 5. So that just points the way to some really easy win that you couldn't get unless you had, taken your intelligence muscles out for a workout. You're not going to see those opportunities.
So it's the easiest way to start a fight in this industry, isn't it? Be like, define high and critical for me. Audits, they're putting knuckle dusters on, just like cracking their knuckles.
Yes.
But I think you're right, though. I'm always I get made fun of as being like the basics done well guy, but I just keep coming back to like, hey, what is the triage method here? Like, you know, if you use the actual medical
Yeah.
triage,
Yeah.
they're not sat there going like, well, is it technically a T1 or a T0? Like, the guy's dead.
Right, right.
Like, we're not going to give this guy, we have 4 bandages and 3 oxygen tanks.
So, you know,
How
you
do we
just
use
said-
that? And I think time is your oxygen tank.
Yeah.
Time, energy, cycles, money. I don't think any
Yep.
of you guys have ever had the problem of having too much money in
No.
your budget.
But I also think, go back to what we said earlier, it's also, I think, that it's you know, what is your goal?
Yeah.
You know, if the goal of your cyber intelligence program is to feed the threat hunting team and create matches in the SIM to simplify security operations, like, know that. But
Right.
you see,
and know whether you can do that. Know whether the rest of your organization can support that.
But you see a lot of organizations that's what they're doing, but there's a expectation of a different outcome, and,
Yes.
and I think like that's the you know, like that's probably the security operations basics. You know, if you have fraud issues or if you have like insider threat issues, there's those actions of getting lots of feeds, putting them into something that correlates, matches, and goes bing. Those feeds don't give you relevant information for solving your insider threat problem. And so I think detection response is critically important. But if you're worried about insider threat, you're worried about fraud, you're worried about unique nation state or attacks based on your organization's capabilities, that may not exist in those areas. And so I think that knowing what the goal is and then aligning to it is just key.
I had one question.
Sorry, this is follow on there. Because you said something that I liked a lot, which is getting back to basics and getting to fundamentals. What you're talking about right now is that issue of like, you can turn this into a tabletop. You can turn that morning meeting that Eric Olson was talking about into a tabletop, right? Okay, this is something that we have. Now, let it be known throughout the land that if there is a dropped exploit out there, you have 24 hours before you're going to be scanned. So if there's a box out there, it will be scanned. Now, talk to your team. Are you able to detect this? Right now, like, can you do, this is what it looks like. Will you see that? That's a really key question. And I think a lot of times we're so worried about ninjas coming over the fence that we're not talking about the basics, which is 3,000 years of learning, right? Have layered defenses, deny by default, allow by accept. These are not new concepts, but I think a lot of times we forget it. And it's important not to.
I did want to ask, really, because I'm really interested in your guys' answers, is it feels like there's a sea change in regulators finally taking this seriously, like the 8K material, like declarations. Do you see that changing kind of the way that, the company talked about hyper-indexation on the wrong things? Do you see that changing at all? Like, so changing the sea, I guess.
The SEC regulations are fascinating because I'm not an attorney, but I've spent a lot with
you stayed in a Holiday Inn
friends.
Express.
I literally am staying in a Holiday Express last night. But I would just say when you look at the known activities, events, I don't like the term breaches, that have occurred, we clearly haven't found normal in what that means yet, because there's some things that no one's notified about that you're like, and others that I think people are. But I think this is a huge boon for intelligence because if your board needs to understand a risk in 2 or 3 days, now just systems analysis and lateral movements isn't enough data to really understand the risk decision. And so I think this is a boon for intelligence teams. It's unclear how many are rising to that occasion yet, how much that connectivity has occurred, but I think it's going to be really good for the intelligence industry on helping equip to have those business conversations.
I get concerned. Some might say cynical, but I wouldn't. I'd say concerned. I think that I have been thrilled to say, really thrilled with some of the stuff that CISA has been doing in the past few years. I think that it's really good about raising awareness. I think that they've built some credibility in the industry. They built some, people listen to what they're saying. I am concerned that. Really complex issues like supply chain security are being boiled down to, well, you just need an S-bomb, as if that's some thing that you can spit out and it's static in time and it is unchanging between your staging and your production environments. And it tends to oversimplify and reduce to tick boxes in a spreadsheet, which does sound really familiar because that's been the solution to every problem that we've had in information security, has been these tick boxes. I'm not sure that that's going a little bit too far, but how else are you going to get the board to listen? It's a very frustrating problem.
It's kind of like saying like, oh, I could run a restaurant because I wrote the menu. And you're
Yeah.
like, it's kind of like, no, there's so much.
But I don't want to, and I really, I'm not, this is not a sort of underhanded or side compliment to the CISO people. They're actually doing a really good job. It's just that it's such a complex and nuanced set of problems to how do you get the attention of a board member who doesn't give a darn about what it is that you're trying to say? How can you make it compelling when they're like, that's an IT problem? And no matter what you say, you're not going to change their mind. Yes, it's a business problem, but it's only a business problem when you mess it up and don't give him what he wants and he's not listening to you. It's really tough.
I mean, I think we're going to see some interesting years of regulation ahead of us. And I'm a fellow at the National Security Institute, and we think a lot about policy in cyber and how it impacts national security. But I think one of the things last week that was really telling for me was Change Healthcare. Obviously, the CEO got grilled, and I think some bad things. When your CEO gets called to testify for Congress, bad thing. When you sue your insurance company, bad thing. But what on the outside, what I thought was really interesting is that the questions that Congress asked last week were like useful, educating questions. We're not that far from the internet as a series of tubes, and seeing the congressmen again. I have a lot of. For example, I have sympathy for congressmen. Like they have to be experts in everything, like roads, taxes, national security, cyber,
the internet.
They I thought we hit a point that I was really pleasantly surprised the maturity that we saw in the questions last week, and I think we're probably going to over-index on regulation. When regulation policy happens, it's never right the first time, and it's not an environment that fails fast and iterates well. And we also see things like the courts are likely going to create self-reliability before Congress does, and it's going to be sloppy and messy. But I do think that environment is going to, versus the taking Nick's check marks, Excel spreadsheets. I think we're going to see a change from a lot of the people call compliance best practices, and like compliance is the good practices of years past. I think what we're seeing now is a shift in the regulatory environment to move away from that. And again, I don't think we'll get it right the first time, but I think we're seeing a shift that's needed and a more education and capability in that group than we've seen in the past. And so I would say I'm cautiously optimistic. It's going to be messy, but that's going to be a bigger piece of the conversation for the executive suite, the CISO and the intelligence teams.
Yeah, I do think that there are missed opportunities here in the insurance industry. And I'm not just because I work there, but I am saying like insurance is a force for good. This is not a new concept, right? Underwriters Labs came around because we didn't want the cities to burn down. It's like, okay, if you want coverage on your house, you're going to have to do wiring to a certain standard. And guess what? There is no standard, so we're going to make it. I would like to see that. What I've seen is a long time of sort of swing and a miss in terms of cyber insurance, where they're almost encouraging bad behavior. And we've had people call us up for incident response and say, well, we have an incident. Our budget to fix it is $200,000. Hold on a second. How many people do you have in your company? What do you do for a living? Like, I see. You're just telling me the maximum of your insurance. That's a bad use of insurance, right? The insurance industry should get away, I think, from spreadsheets and get away from tick box answers and start to actually and we're starting to see that now, and it's very exciting. Real subject matter expertise, looking at risk mitigation, using insurance the way it should be done to reward those who are taking better proactive steps.
Honestly, kind of as like a sum up point, you kind of nailed it. Cautious optimism, iterative improvement, basics done well. Is kind of I would say is like really, it's not the sexy answer, but it's the one that probably gets us where we need to go. If you decided where you're going in the first place.
I mean, doesn't that always tend to be the case, unfortunately?
No, I just wanted to say to both of you, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. This was really, really interesting to me. This is my personal kind of interest too. But no, thank you guys for your time. I hope you really enjoyed the rest of your week, and thank you very much.
Enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Vinny Liu. I'm the CEO at Bishop Fox. What inspired me to found Bishop Fox? I didn't know any better. We were doing some moonlighting work on the side at our, and we had full-time jobs, and we were just passionate about doing, pen testing work and wanted more opportunities to do that. So we started taking on projects while we were employed, and moonlighting essentially, and one thing led to the next, and we kept doing good work, and we kept getting more work. And, they say the reward for doing good work is more work, and that's really what happened to us. And so after a few months of that, we realized that we might actually have something interesting here, and so we decided to start Bishop Fox. Something that's really unique about Bishop Fox is the amount of talent that we've aggregated into a single organization, a single firm. And it's important for us to know that we'll always be able to learn and get better from our peers and the other people that we're working with in our day-to-day jobs. And so that's something that really sets us apart, and something we continue to foster and encourage within Bishop Fox as a team and as an organization.
The biggest reason I joined Bishop Fox was really the culture and the people. Every day I get to work with some of the smartest people I've ever worked with in the industry. And the culture here is just fantastic. It really feels like you're part of a family, you're part of something bigger, and everybody really believes in the same mission, which is really safeguarding our digital world.
Leadership and the folks that are in this organization are some of the smartest people in our industry, and some of the reasons why a lot of our clients today are with us. The people here are amazing. The people here are actually the reason why I came here. The culture, the team, and how it works together for each other rather than for themselves. It's a very unselfish culture. You're not going to find better people here than any other company I've ever been in my entire career.
For me, Bishop Fox was a career goal. It was my dream job, and honestly, there's a lot of days where I still can't believe that I get to do what I do, that I get to work with the people I work with. If you're somebody who's thinking about joining the company, if you're thinking about maybe I should go over to Bishop Fox, do it. It is a life-changing event, and it is, I've found my home.
A day in the life of Bishop Fox is never boring. I learn something new every single day. The people that I work with are amazing and are so intelligent and care so much about the security, not just at Bishop Fox, but for our clients, for our country, just the entire world, trying to do the right thing before the bad guys do. It's just a great place to work.
I think the thing that I love most about Bishop Fox is the people here. And it's amazing to work with really smart, funny, kind people. Everyone that I've worked with has been super open to sharing their knowledge, and that's why it's a really wonderful, fun place to work, a great place to grow. We value passion here over pedigree. It's not like you have to have a computer science degree from MIT to be a part of Bishop Fox. If you love what you do and you're great at what you do, then this is a place for you.
Soy Andrés, para personas que no conozco todavía. Soy gerente general de Bishop Fox para esta expansión de proyecto en México. Yo creo en México. This started as a classroom assignment for me. I did this as homework. I started to research Mexico because I had a teacher who believed in Mexico. And my first visit, I met Sideco, I met Tec de Monterrey. We met with some of the chambers and some of the NGOs like Ayarti and Keeley. And looking at the cooperation in the city, I saw that when you work together for something, you can create bigger things than you can do by yourself. And I believe that that's an important aspect of being in Guadalajara, and I think it's why I believe that this is the right city for us. And I'm very excited to share that with everyone, basically. Yeah, I guess with that, I just wanted to say thank you. Of course, this type of project doesn't exist without a lot of cooperation. And it's with her support that we were able to do so much to support this and make this in. So with that, bienvenidos a nuestra oficina en Guadalajara.
Hi, I'm Vinny Liu. I'm the CEO at Bishop Fox. What inspired me to found Bishop Fox? I didn't know any better. We were doing some moonlighting work on the side at our, and we had full-time jobs, and we were just passionate about doing, pen testing work and wanted more opportunities to do that. So we started taking on projects while we were employed, and moonlighting essentially, and one thing led to the next, and we kept doing good work, and we kept getting more work. And, they say the reward for doing good work is more work, and that's really what happened to us. And so after a few months of that, we realized that we might actually have something interesting here, and so we decided to start Bishop Fox. Something that's really unique about Bishop Fox is the amount of talent that we've aggregated into a single organization, a single firm. And it's important for us to know that we'll always be able to learn and get better from our peers and the other people that we're working with in our day-to-day jobs. And so that's something that really sets us apart, and something we continue to foster and encourage within Bishop Fox as a team and as an organization.
The biggest reason I joined Bishop Fox was really the culture and the people. Every day I get to work with some of the smartest people I've ever worked with in the industry. And the culture here is just fantastic. It really feels like you're part of a family, you're part of something bigger, and everybody really believes in the same mission, which is really safeguarding our digital world.
Leadership and the folks that are in this organization are some of the smartest people in our industry, and some of the reasons why a lot of our clients today are with us. The people here are amazing. The people here are actually the reason why I came here. The culture, the team, and how it works together for each other rather than for themselves. It's a very unselfish culture. You're not going to find better people here than any other company I've ever been in my entire career.
For me, Bishop Fox was a career goal. It was my dream job, and honestly, there's a lot of days where I still can't believe that I get to do what I do, that I get to work with the people I work with. If you're somebody who's thinking about joining the company, if you're thinking about maybe I should go over to Bishop Fox, do it. It is a life-changing event, and it is, I've found my home.
A day in the life of Bishop Fox is never boring. I learn something new every single day. The people that I work with are amazing and are so intelligent and care so much about the security, not just at Bishop Fox, but for our clients, for our country, just the entire world, trying to do the right thing before the bad guys do. It's just a great place to work.
I think the thing that I love most about Bishop Fox is the people here. And it's amazing to work with really smart, funny, kind people. Everyone that I've worked with has been super open to sharing their knowledge, and that's why it's a really wonderful, fun place to work, a great place to grow. We value passion here over pedigree. It's not like you have to have a computer science degree from MIT to be a part of Bishop Fox. If you love what you do and you're great at what you do, then this is a place for you.
días para personas de mí que no conozco todavía. Soy gerente general de Bishop Fox para esta extensión de proyecto en México. Yo creo en México. This started as a classroom assignment for me. I did this as homework. I started to research Mexico because I had a teacher who believed in Mexico. And my first visit, I met Sideco, I met Tec de Monterrey. We met with some of the chambers and some of the NGOs like Ayarti and Keeley. And looking at the cooperation in the city, I saw that when you work together for something, you can create bigger things than you can do by yourself. And I believe that that's an important aspect of being in Guadalajara, and I think it's why I believe that this is the right city for us. And I'm very excited to share that with everyone, basically. Yeah, I guess with that, I just wanted to say thank you. Of course, this type of project doesn't exist without a lot of cooperation. And it's with her support that we were able to do so much to support this and make this happen. So with that, bienvenidos a nuestra oficina en Guadalajara.
Welcome back to the Bishop Fox live stream from the RSA conference in San Francisco. And joining me to talk about application security strategies for the modern enterprise is my esteemed panel. So first here is Matt Johansen. He's head of software security at Reddit. And we also joined by Robin Franklin Guha, a security engineer at Meta. And last but not least is Matt Keeley. He's a senior application security engineer at SeatGeek, also a Bishop Fox alumni.
Oh yeah.
So welcome. And I know you as well. I'm going to try to not confuse the Matts because we have a lot of Matts. So
always.
But I know you as well. So welcome. Welcome to you, Robin, as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about application security strategies. And you all work for some pretty, I'd say, dynamic organizations, right? Social media, ticketing for concerts and sports events. I mean, these are rapidly changing environments, I'm sure. Let's start with you, Matt. What are kind of, when you're thinking about scaling an AppSec program, what are some of the challenges you've encountered at Reddit?
Yeah, so one of my big initiatives for AppSec is to stop playing the vulnerability whack-a-mole game, right? So for a long time, it was like find and fix and scan, and how can we do DAST and SAST better? And a lot of things changed with single-page apps, and it got a lot harder to automatically find vulns with DAST and things like React, right? DAST doesn't really work well in React, so that's always been a big challenge for us. And so for me, it's how do we translate more to building secure by defaults and guardrails into the developer's lifecycle, rather than just like, can we find the vulns faster and things like that at scale? That's how you have to do it, right? So can we build whatever it is, guardrails into the packages that everyone uses so that they can't as easily stub their toes on vulnerabilities, right? A lot of modern web frameworks have a lot more things built into it than like the old days when we were doing web pen testing on like PHP and you could find SQL injection with your eyes closed. The modern web frameworks make that a lot harder, but there's still obviously some things that developers like to do to stub their toes on things like cross-site scripting that we've known about for 25 years, and we're still still push it all the time, right? But yeah, if you can build a package into their life that's like, hey, use this, and it's like safe, and we've got some nice squishy guardrails on it for you, and they're happy, they can code as fast as they want and push as fast as we want, and security's happy because we don't have to sit there and try to keep up with scanning all this code, across hundreds, if not thousands, of code repos and pushes every day. So
yeah. So Robin, what do you kind of see at Meta as your challenges?
Yeah, so in my time at Meta, I've primarily focused on like the internal tools and enterprise space. And so it starts to get really interesting because even within the enterprise space, they all have different priorities and different even technology stacks depending on the products and things that they're servicing. And so really it's been a challenge and a struggle to understand which technology stack goes where and what exactly its underlying infrastructure and everything is supporting. And so it's really required us to prioritize like a lot of the human element and partner closely with our application teams and infrastructure teams as applicable to understand the different threats and risks and what keeps them up and understand how they prioritize things so we can work with them to remediate items as they kind of come up.
Nice. So Matt, at SeatGeek, what are some things you're seeing?
Yeah, SeatGeek's it's very interesting, trying to keep up. So we're a small team of security engineers. We have about 15 people, and we have roughly 700 to 800 software engineers. So trying to keep up with their scalability of how fast they can build products and shipping applications very, very quickly. Kind of as Matt said, we're trying to build a lot to be secure by default, building infrastructure that's automatically secure and has the golden paths, as we call them, but also kind of tying it into the developer experience. Security can generally be sometimes hard to implement, or you have to jump through hoops and implement new things. We're trying to sort of lean more on the developer experience side of things to where we can automate a lot of the infrastructure. If you need a S3 bucket that has access to this, you can do it in 3 clicks rather than trying to use the CLI to get it and kind of mess around with the YAMLs and the IAM policies and things like that. So we're pretty heavily relying kind of with the developer experience team, but we're trying to sort of solve the security problem by leaning to make simpler processes to secure applications at scale.
Nice. Yeah, it's kind of a theme I've been hearing, just talking to others as well, of like, how do we make the developer experience better and not become that roadblock that security is known for, like, no, you can't do that, no, you can't do this, but really enabling our developers. What are some like strategies or methodologies, maybe even tools that you all have found helpful in enabling the developers from a security perspective? Anything from you, Matt?
Yeah, I'd say the greatest philosophical change that I've seen with like the most impact in a lot of orgs like ours, and I've copied my playbook from orgs like Meta and orgs like Netflix and things like this, right? Where it's like meet the developers where they're at. So instead of trying to hand them a security tool and like say, hey, now you have to use this as part of your daily life, and it's going to throw out errors or something or bugs or whatever, make you do something differently. It's like, okay, how can we meet them where they're at, right? So we don't even really look at a security vendor nowadays if it doesn't plug into the developer experience, right? That's a really great point. So it's like, okay, if you can't talk to a GitHub PR, I'm not interested, right? I'm not going to make someone go log into something else. So we see a lot of modern security vendors get that, right? And so that's part of it. I mean, we've used a bunch of different things. A lot of them that the developers really like are just extensible, and like I said, can we work in their environment? The team at Chime has an open source project called Monocle that we really like that adds a badge to GitHub repos and badge health, and it's really easy to create new checks per repo in the badge. And again, you're speaking their language. They're used to little badges in GitHub repos, developers are, right? And so it's like, okay, can we, if we don't have that secure by default or guardrail present, can you turn this badge a bad color, right? and make the developers try to change it, right? So that's a cool tool. It's very extensible. Our developers got really excited about using it because they could build their own checks into that too, right? So we had an initiative about code ownership, because that's a big problem. Like at large orgs, it's like we found a vuln, who can fix it? Who owns this? That's huge. So even just something like, hey, check if this repo has an up-to-date code owners file. It's been really helpful for security to figure out who to go chase.
Nice. What have you seen successful at Meta?
Yeah, so very much making the pivot to become data-driven and then surfacing that data in our common internal tools and frameworks. So for example, we have a UI element where if you request permission to a tool, we now surface some threat intelligence in there and are building that out where we can say, hey, this person is an external vendor. They have this kind of risk level based on our threat intelligence and what we're seeing. And so we're still keeping it very anonymous in terms of the detection and response side. So we're not saying what we see, we're just describing a raw kind of risk level. And so meeting the users where they're at and having them make more data-driven kind of insights has been super effective. And then very similar to that has been making our security data sets accessible and queryable by folks outside of the security organization as well. So that way they can take a look and understand what exactly their service is doing. So if they think they have permissions enabled on their sensitive tools, we can show them that maybe in fact they're not, or it's in audit-only mode. And so things like that have been super, super effective.
Nice. What about you, Matt? What are you saying?
So I'll take a little bit of a different approach. What we've been starting to do is more of getting to the very first step of it, right? So in security, a lot of times you'll see vulnerabilities go into code. They go into production, you find it during a pen test or some sort of assessment. And sometimes it's really hard to fix after the fact if you found it that late in sort of the development lifecycle. So we've been starting to shift left, so to speak, and try to do a lot of our security tools and scans even in the pre-commit hook. So before a developer can push code to a repository, we're running security scans. We want to make sure that secrets aren't being put into code. We have a lot of static analysis stuff. But doing that, kind of getting your feedback loops and continuously improving the security as early as you can in the life cycle. So you can even include things like threat modeling very early. If you know what the risks can be, you can usually prevent them from getting in the apps later down the road. And if you do it a lot earlier, it's easier to patch and fix then than it is to try to, well, now we got to re-architect and we got to go fix this. And it gets very convoluted if you do it after the fact.
Yeah, nice. So I'm going to bring up maybe a dirty word here, but we hear AI, right? Matt, you and I have walked the expo floor yesterday, and it
smelled like AI.
Yes, you could smell the AI in the air. Yeah, because every single vendor has some type of AI something, right, as part of their products now. How do you all see AI in terms of application security? And we talk about the developer experience and those things. But how do you think that is going to change, if it's not already changing kind of how developers do their work? What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the peak of how much it's going to change a lot. Dribs and drabs right now of co-pilots and things like that are helping developers. Obviously, everyone's talking about hackers using AI to make more sophisticated attacks. But we just saw the DVIR come out this week, and they're really not seeing it in any of the data breaches. It turns out they don't need it. They don't need more sophisticated attacks. Turns out the less sophisticated attacks are still plenty successful, right? You're seeing some academic papers come out of AI being able to exploit 0 days in purposely vulnerable web apps and things like this. We've seen tools being able to purposely to exploit something that already had vulns in it, that you knew had vulns in it already, that you didn't need AI to do that. I'm keeping an eye on that. That's interesting to me. If you can lower the skill bar needed for an attacker to find some higher severity AppSec vulns, not okay, great, it found XSS in a known vulnerable web app like used for learning. That's like less interesting to me versus, hey, at some level of, you know, true positive rate, like an AI tool, you know, is finding SSRF or something like that. Okay, now I'm paying attention, right? That gets a little more interesting. In terms of like the developer side of things, I'm more worried about devs blindly trusting code that AI tools are spitting out and implementing it because we've seen data that it's being trained on code with vulnerabilities in it, so of course it's spitting out code with vulnerabilities in it, right? So if devs are just like, hey, you know, my Copilot said this was cool and that they shipped it, obviously everything we just talked about should catch a lot of those things, but in less mature orgs, I'm certainly worried about that. So
yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think, Robin?
Yeah, so I may be the odd one out here. So I have a background in machine learning, and I like regularly train and deploy models for like a variety of security use cases just internally. So think like vulnerability triage and like security detections in that space. So I'm super excited to finally see that there's broader adoption, and so I think that the focus on AI has also given more focus on like traditional machine learning. And so like I'm very, very strongly in favor of traditional machine learning and like the classification problems because there are so many in the security space and we found them wildly useful to scale our programs. Now granted, like there are issues with large language models and the hallucinations and the output quality associated with that. And I mean, fundamentally, the underlying issue is it's a data quality issue on like what the model is being trained on and what it's been fine-tuned to do. I was talking with someone here at RSA after my session, and they said something that like I agree with. It's a model, it's not a miracle.
I like
and
that.
so the issues are common across it, but I think eventually as data quality improves and as AI infrastructure and the underlying data accesses improve, that I think the models will improve with that as well.
Nice.
We talked yesterday, sorry to jump back in,
Yeah.
we talked yesterday, and I was the voice of AI defense in our conversation yesterday too, because I do think that there are some cool use cases out there. I think 90% of the vendor floor is using either traditional ML. I had a conversation yesterday, and what they described to me was just a detection rule.
Yeah.
And they called it AI.
A lot of if statements.
Yeah.
I was like, that's just a detection. Like, I was like, which model are you using? And they couldn't answer. It's like, okay, yeah. So.
How about you, Matt?
We're using it right now internally for a lot of data intensive things. So on our side of things, since we sell concert tickets, we're dealing with a lot of bots and things like that. So where AI comes in really handy is if we take the 8 billion requests a day that we're getting and analyze those to try to find patterns and anomalies. We're actually using the AI to sniff out bots. And even on the fraud side of things, our fraud percentage is down significantly with all the new AI models and things like that we're implementing. Yeah, we didn't really know we had a problem until we tried it out, and then once we started testing a lot of these tools, it was like mind-blowing. 99% of your traffic is bots, and kind of shifting in that direction. Learning and understanding kind of the infrastructure and getting all the data points to make smarter and better decisions around kind of the ticket scalping and the bots. Like it would have never been able to be possible with just a human going through and blocking IPs and things like that, but. With AI, it's actually been really beneficial for our organization.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned bots because I think that's something that the three of you all have challenges with across social media and purchasing tickets. So maybe talk a little bit about like how are you, from an AppSec perspective, dealing with the bot problem across all those?
At Reddit, it's actually not. It's such a big problem. It's not on AppSec's plate. We have a whole team dedicated to platform safety and trust. It's a cousin team of ours kind of thing. So yeah, I can't speak too intelligently on it. I know that we definitely try to drive as much as we can in terms of impactful business logic on the platform to authenticated accounts. Obviously that's like a small step, but it's not unauth traffic. So yeah.
Is that similar, Robin, from Meta too?
Yeah, very similar. So we have a whole team that's devoted to like bot detection and anti-scraping sort of activities. And so similar to what this Matt said, is they are heavily using AI to go and detect the bots. And then so they also have like a really amazing labeled data set that they're training off of, and it's been so far super effective.
Nice. So last question for you all. What are some things that like what's the best advice for other AppSec teams that maybe have similar struggles to you? Like, what do you think, like, what advice would you give them as we kind of see the future coming this year of things, or things to come?
Sure, I'll go after what Matt was saying about shifting left. We've been talking about shift left for years, right? But I kind of been toying with this idea of like, we kind of did it. Like a lot of security tools are built more towards developers now. And so just advice to people watching in the security field, it's like you really have to understand code. Like you should be able to code a little bit at least. I have a lot of colleagues in the past that were AppSec people that weren't, had never really even figured out GitHub or anything like that because they were just more analyst types and finding vulns and stuff like that. I'm seeing that be less impactful, right, as we go, and it's more impactful to have like a team of engineers or ML engineers or anything that can like speak the language of the developers, or even get their hands dirty and actually write some tools to like that are custom built for this. So yeah, that's my advice for everyone is like, hey, if you haven't, like the age of like the security analyst like running some tool to like find vulns feels like it's slowing down to me, and that like the custom built stuff, work with the developers is much more prevalent.
Yeah, great advice. How about you, Robin?
Yeah, so I think on my end, definitely I would recommend investing in your data and your logs. And so beyond just existing sort of event style traditional logs, but also think like configurations. And so what we've really found is it will allow you to take a very broad view of your surface or your technology or your team, whatever your focus is. And then with a few queries, you can actually prioritize and understand trends across the enterprise. And so we found that that's been a super effective way to prioritize like where we're focusing our engagements, or if we do need to invest in tools, like which specific application or product or technology even. Well, it's been great for us.
Nice. All right, Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that pretty much hits a lot of it. Fill the gap is what we like to say. So our teams generally, we try to be able to be on the development side of things and just be as close as we possibly can to the developers. That's where the products are built. So being able to work with them, not cause blockers, don't block pipelines, things like that, while still implementing security at scale across the entire organization. I mean, that's kind of the best advice I could give in this area.
Yeah, it's great advice. All right, last thing, I'll give you guys a plug for anything, where people can find you and learn more about what you have going on. Start with you, Matt. I think you've got a bunch of stuff going on.
I'm not on the internet. I don't do the internet. Matt J on Twitter, JAY on Twitter. I run a newsletter called Vulnerable You, and yeah.
It's a great newsletter.
Podcasts and things like that with Tom. So yeah, you can find me all over the internet. Matt J everywhere. So
awesome. How about you, Robin?
Cool. Yeah, find me on LinkedIn under Robin Franklin. I've got a few upcoming conference talks here in the vulnerability management and threat detection space.
Oh, cool.
Great. Awesome. And Matt?
Matthew Keeley on just about every platform, GitHub, LinkedIn, Twitter, whatever TikTok. You can send me memes if you want.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Well, thank you all for being on the panel. I think it was a great discussion, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Tom.
Cool.
Awesome.
Thank you.
And for everyone else, stay tuned for more from the live stream, the Bishop Fox live stream at the RSA conference in San Francisco.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Matthew Twells, Senior Solutions Architect at Bishop Fox. We're moving on to a new topic now, which is about the power of persuasion in a security program. We've got Nate Lee here, who's the CISO of Cloudsec.ai. It says here you're also a CISO at a company called TradeShift, where you did secured over $1 trillion in trade.
Yeah.
Probably buy you like 3 drinks here now at RSA, maybe?
I'm well on my way with this bottle of water here, so yeah.
It says over 20 years in cybersecurity. How are you finding San Francisco? And kind of tell us a bit about yourself, what you get up to.
Sure. So I'm no longer at TradeShift. I just switched to doing fractional stuff, so now I'm kind of consulting as a CISO all over the place. But yeah, really enjoying this week at RSA and kind of catching up with folks and seeing what the hotness is for this year, which apparently is vulnerabilities.
Absolutely.
And AI.
Yeah, it was going to be AI at some point.
There's AI everywhere.
Everyone's holding their breath until someone says it.
Yep. We get that out of the way now. We can move on.
Yeah, you've said AI. SEO gods will smile on us. Kind of a conversation we were having before this started. It was all about people skills and trust, really. It's like the biggest factor. It doesn't really matter what the technical problem is if the person isn't listening to you in the first place.
Yep, exactly.
I guess as a CISO, it's kind of that's where that becomes paramount more than anything else. It's like it is where I think almost where that takes over from your technical acumen. Would you agree on that?
Yeah, I mean, with trust, so much of driving an effective security program, right, is people have to trust you because if they're going to share problems with you, they have to trust that you're not going to throw them under the bus. So if they don't trust you, they just won't tell you about it, and you'll find out about it when it becomes a real problem. It also means they'll pull you in sooner. So instead of finding out that, hey, this project we've been working on for 2 years is now being released Thursday, do you want to look at it? They might grab you ahead of time. Be like, hey, we're going to start this thing. Can you and the team come help us with secure by design or threat modeling or whatever it is? And they'll only do that if they trust you. So, just the outcomes it drives are basically it far outweighs anything when it comes to driving positive outcomes.
A lot of real security work, and I use the word real obviously in a relative sense, but a lot of it is kind of eat your vegetables kind of stuff. People know that they should be doing it, but then you realize like a tactical way of making someone implement that would be like, maybe don't make the salad taste like garbage and maybe they'll eat it.
Yep.
Like make it palatable. And I wonder, do you have any specific tips or tricks you've discovered to kind of get that buy-in faster?
Yeah, that's
like buy-in and trust, I think.
Yeah, it's the whole paved path thing, right? Like you want to have a nice, easy path for people to go down. Unfortunately, a lot of companies don't quite have the paved path yet. Maybe there's a gravel road or a path in the forest, possibly. And so you're always trying to influence users to drive the right outcomes, right? Like to do the right choice, to whatever it might be that's going to drive a positive security outcome. And sometimes that's like more painful than whatever the way that they've been doing it. They have to change what they're doing, or it's slightly more inconvenient. And that's where it really helps to know how to convey the idea and why you should be doing it and connect with people, because you're trying to get them to do something they probably don't care a whole ton a lot about, and you're trying to get them to do something they maybe don't want to do. So yeah, I think when it comes to tips around that, it's really setting up a lot of the relationships beforehand. A lot of getting those good outcomes is set months or years before, right? Like you meet with other teams, you're around much more often where you're a familiar face. It turns out that being familiar to someone, it breeds likability, and people are more likely to do things for people they like.
We have I've got to have a running joke at Bishop Fox. They call it the new CISO special. It's like someone gets the job, we'll send them a bottle of whiskey and like a brochure of services, because the joke is you'll need both sooner or later.
I haven't gotten any of this.
We'll work it out. But because I spent a couple years in the military back in the UK, and we always used to say that the first people you should make friends with are the chef and the clerk.
That is really, really great advice.
To rule your life.
Yep.
They're not the people in charge, but they're the people who get the things that make your life more pleasurable much faster. And if they like you, they'll get more done than the officer would.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm trying to work out, like, in a company, if you're like new, specifically thinking new in post, who would be the kind of the equivalent, I guess? Like if you're trying to build trust and buy-in and get stuff done fastest, it may not be necessarily the board first. It might be.
Definitely not the board first. You should probably chat with them. It's really just everybody, right? Like you want to get to know the different parts of the organization. A lot of people in security maybe don't go talk to sales or marketing or HR or finance. They go straight to engineering because they're technical and that's what they know, which is great. You should be talking to all those people. But by building connections and just understanding, like, how do they work? What sort of problems do they run into? What keeps them up at night? and even just casual talk, right? Like just getting to know them, finding out where they're from. I mean, when you're getting started, building those connections and finding similarities, that kind of puts you in their circle, because human brains are kind of wired to have an us and a them, right? Like just that's how society kind of came up. So if you speak their language, you understand how finance generally works or marketing, and you can kind of speak their language, you're now more part of that in-group. If you come in as a security person and you start talking about vulnerabilities and all this stuff to people who don't deal with that, it's language they're not familiar with, it pushes you away and makes you less likely to, again, hear about these problems that you can help with. So yeah, I would talk to everyone.
It kind of broaches the next topic of like likability as a, not so much a weapon, I don't use the word there, but I can't think of a better term, but a tool, I'd say.
Yep.
Like really thinking about like kind of the charm offensive as you go through, because it will be the people, maybe it is marketing that you need.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we did this, and then someone maybe in your organization goes, we did that?
Yep.
That's what gets you that next conversation. It's what unlocks the road.
Yep.
Would you say there are any tips or kind of real stuff you found successful for you in kind of replicably building likability? Because I think it's different from being almost like a doormat, I would say, but like kind of just being a yes man. That's also a dangerous flip side. So I'm just curious about you like balancing likability with kind of staying effective.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't think they're necessarily mutually exclusive, but yeah, I think when it comes to likability, and it's weird to talk about it sometimes, right? Because it seems maybe you're being a little manipulative or something, but it's really just connecting with people, and for all the reasons we just talked about. I mean, they're going to trust you more the more you're with them, like day to day, just hearing about their problems. Maybe you stop in once a week or however often it is, but you now become familiar and you're helpful. You're talking through their problems. Maybe you have something to add that helps them out. That associates you in their brain with positive things. If you or your team only comes around when you find problems, like, hey, this thing's misconfigured, or do you know you leaked this, or your vendor didn't get checked, whatever it is, if that's the only time you show up, you're kind of in the part of their brain they keep negative thoughts and feelings. And again, that's not really going to be helpful.
So my background before coming here was actually in audit. Like nobody hates
everybody's favorite people.
Everyone's favorite people, and I was like, I used to kind of go really come in and be like, hey, we're not the cops.
Yep.
Like if anything, I'm here to help you get more budget, and just be like we're genuinely not here to like hang you high.
Yeah, perfect.
And when just by saying that, you could just feel the temperature of the room drop.
They don't know what to expect, right?
They were like, oh, this guy's just going to come in and just start coming in with like Russian subtitles. Underneath, just being like, where is it? And like, I think no, genuinely, I just need to go. What are you doing? Where is it written down? Are you doing it? If so, can you prove it?
That's
it. It's all I'm here for. And then you got so much more out of them. And that's what I kind of mean by likability as a tool.
Yeah, exactly.
So I feel like the theme of your answer there is kind of treating everyone as equally possibly useful.
Yeah, I mean, and generally good idea in life.
Absolutely.
But especially in security, right? Because we are coming in sort of you're security. You, in people's minds, you're like, one, you know a bunch of stuff they don't know, and it's kind of intimidating, even though the same is true in reverse, right? Like, I don't know everything about whatever the other departments are doing. So just knowing the other person's perspective, that they're probably expecting you to come in, they've probably had a bad experience with security in the past where they come in and point out all the things that they're doing wrong, without the context of why things are that way. So by diffusing that, like you're talking about, I mean, it puts people off their guard because they're not expecting it, and then you can have just a normal conversation, right? And then you can find out sort of what's really going on and help them make better decisions.
It's all people skills at the end of the day, right?
It is, yeah. I mean, it's interesting. The higher up you go, and the broader your scope is for security, the more you still need the technical knowledge as table stakes, but the more it's now how do you translate what this all means to help others.
Love to kind of stretch that out a little further, like clarity. And kind of clarity of message, I'd say. Like, do you have any tips there of going, I have a point to make, but we were just talking outside about, I want to learn about the tech, and you're like, which one?
Yeah.
So curious in your thoughts on like making a clear message, picking like maybe a battle.
Yeah, no, that's super important, right? I mean, I think people often forget that humans have a limited capacity to pay attention, myself in particular. And if you give people like security policies, for instance, often we see them and there's just, it's like 20 pages and it's a laundry list, or you go through security awareness training and it covers like 50 things. How are people supposed to know what's really important, right? So I think I mean, often you have to have some of these policies because compliance and whatever, But when you're dealing with people directly and you're doing training or you're talking to them about whatever it is they're doing, how do you hone that down to the 2 or 3 most important things? What's going to be most impactful, and how do you help them understand why? Because assumedly your coworkers are reasonably smart. You can't cover every use case. You don't want to tell them about every use case where they could do this, because now you're losing them again. So if you help them understand why and why this is important, then they can start making smart decisions because you've helped them understand what the problem is, why it's important, and then they can adapt that knowledge to their domain.
Kind of interesting to talk about like psychological principles. Persuasion very much is kind of an applied use case of that. In general, like another one we were talking about before is like maybe like a cyber influencer of like.
I'm sure, I was watching one the other day. He had a really nice pair of shoes. And, I mean, I think it's super, super important to think about this, right? I mean, we all experienced it when we were younger with peer pressure. Somebody had whatever the cool gear was back then, and you're like, oh, I want that, just because the other kids had it. That doesn't go away because we grow up. It's just different now. But we have a tendency to view the correct path as the one most people are doing. So here in California, most people drive 85 miles an hour on the freeway. Everyone else just sort of thinks that's normal and that's the right thing to do, despite what the posted speed limit is. So when it comes to a security program, again, you have like security champions, right? You put people who are already in a team and you train them so that they understand the right ways, and then they can model that behavior. The important part there being they're similar to the group of people they're trying to influence. For the same reason, if I were to try to tell my kid to do something and he's going to maybe look at me like, yeah, maybe I will, maybe I won't. But if he's in a room with all his friends and all his friends are doing that thing, no one has to tell him to do it. He's just going to do it, right? So by being able to kind of embed those best practices in teams through champions programs, things like that. Another one, again, is if you do awareness training, things we've done in the past are grabbing people from different teams and having them talk about how whatever we're trying to get the team to do is important and why, and then you make that like a module you give to that specific team so they can see it coming from someone similar, and they see this is sort of an important thing to do.
It's also going to be something they see in real life. It's tangible, it's real to them. It's supposed to be, don't click on that, like why? Like what happens? Show them.
Yeah, well, that
might be,
exactly.
make it real.
It makes it real, it's someone similar, so then it kind of triggers that part of their brain, and interestingly enough, you really want to make sure you do positive things with social proof, because you can accidentally have a converse effect. Like if you were to say, hey, everybody reuses passwords and it causes all this account takeover stuff and password stuffing, whatever. So don't do that. Don't be that person. Well, what that actually tells them is nobody bothers to pick unique passwords. Everybody's already reusing them, so why should I do anything different? So you have to be kind of careful as well that you don't accidentally send the wrong message.
There was a joke I saw the other day where I was like, I think I've maybe got 1 or 2 more unique passwords in me, like in my lifetime. I was like, I just haven't got the creativity left in me anymore. I was like, can this passwordless thing come faster, please?
Oh yeah, that's definitely it.
There was one I really wanted to talk about is reciprocity. Or reciprocity, I guess, as a principle. It's a classic car salesman trick, where they go, can I get you a coffee? Because it triggers this thing, like he did a thing for me. And it's where like it's used, I guess, on the flip side, persuasion is kind of actual salesmanship, and they buy this thing. I do think there's a real place for it in kind of like, hey, I'm going to do something for you to make your life easier. Can you do this thing for me? I think it's awareness training, as you've mentioned before. Could be like, is that the vehicle? Do you see something?
I mean, it's a lot of things. This gets to some of it's just generally being a nice person, right? When you meet with other teams, if you just help them because you want to help them, if you do something for them, you can trigger this same thing. And it's a really, really deep-seated sort of thing in the back of the human brain, because if you go back in history, right, when we're tribes out wherever, humans survived by being groups and working together. And the only way someone would do something for someone else is if you knew the other person would do something back for you in the future. So it's just deeply, deeply ingrained in everything we do. Again, it can come across as a bit manipulative, but really, if you're just doing nice things for people, you want to help them, that comes back, and it doesn't have to be an equal trade. Just the fact that I've done something for you in the past would make you more likely, even if I need a much bigger ask, there's lots of experiments on this, you're more likely to say yes because you feel some sort of debt or obligation. It's good to know about this because, to your point, salespeople can use that on you, and you want to know when someone's trying to manipulate you, because then you can sort of change the perspective in your mind of like, this wasn't like an actual favor, they were trying to manipulate me, and you can kind of shut off the part of your brain that would normally very powerfully lean you off in one side.
I think it's, you kind of nailed it on the head there. I don't think persuasion or using techniques that help persuade and make a clear message is necessarily a dirty word in itself. It's use cases, it's applied use cases, right? Like if it's done in a kind of non
it's all about intent.
Partnership, but it's about intent. Yeah, I was trying to think of the word, like it's all about intent, and you'd call it manipulative if it was trying to get you to do something you didn't want to do. But what we're doing here is like, how can I make your life easier?
Yeah, how can I make it where I drive you to a better outcome that will help you, even though you maybe don't want to do it, by just kind of using some of these levers we know about, because there's been lots of studies on this sort of thing.
Oh, absolutely. Just wanted to say thank you, Nate, for this has been a fantastic conversation.
Great, thanks.
Very much a
great
interest of
to
mine.
be here.
And I hope you enjoyed the rest of your week here in San Francisco.
Great.
I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Bishop Fox Livestream from the RSA conference in San Francisco. And joining me as my very special guest is Robert Hansen, also known as RSnake.
Yes, sir.
And he's also the host of the RSnake Show, which is a great podcast, by the way, everyone should listen to. And you're also author of AI's Best Friend.
Yes, sir.
Which we'll be talking more about here shortly. But first, I wanted to reminisce a little bit with you, sure, Robert, about some hacker history.
Uh-oh. All right.
Yes, I know.
This is PG, right?
This is PG. Yes, it is. So I was just remembering, like, when I first met you years ago at Black Hat, I was doing a talk with a gentleman you may know as Jabra, Josh Abraham.
Yeah.
And he had done some work on the tool that you created, Fierce, and had ported it to Backtrack 3. You remember the old Backtrack pre-Kali Linux.
That's right.
For people that might not know, what the heck is Backtrack?
Yeah.
And I just remember how useful that tool was for everyone.
I mean, it became a whole company. We really built bit discovery sort of on the same principles. Yeah.
Yep. And the other thing that you've been known for was the cross-site scripting cheat sheet, which was on your website. It was hackers.org, HA.
That's right.
Yeah. And all the just great content that you had posted, back in the day. And I just wanted to call that out as, that was something that really helped launch my career.
Oh, did it?
Back in the day, yes.
Oh,
and
that's good to hear.
It was always just wanted to thank you for all the work that you've done.
Yeah, I just, maybe it's a little bit of the original hacker ethos. I just always felt information should be out there, like I shouldn't have it. And early on, you might remember there was sort of always this full disclosure debate versus, we could do it the nice way, sort of private disclosure or whatever. And I felt like that second option wasn't really an option until we made everyone very aware of how vulnerable everything was first. So it was just like getting as much information out, getting as many hackers educated as possible, and then we could start taking it private.
Yeah. So it's awesome. And to see what you've done today. So you're over at Grossman Ventures,
which I cannot talk about.
Yeah, we'll not talk about that, right?
You hear that, SEC? I'm not talking about it.
That's right. But you've also written this book called AI's Best Friend, where AGI and humans must coexist. Obviously, there's a massive theme of AI at RSA.
Is there? I hadn't noticed.
Yeah, I know. It's like, I think Matt Johansen actually said it best, that he could smell the AI in the air as you walk through the
It does have a kind of odor,
Yeah, and it's not a great odor sometimes, right? But what inspired you to write the book?
Well, my very best friend, James Flom, murdered his girlfriend and himself, and for a long time we were kind of struggling with like what happened. There's like a lot of controversy and questions about it, and a lot of people just chalked it up to domestic abuse. But if you've ever met him, and especially them together, it just didn't click. Like there was never a time, I never saw him ever say anything negative about her or hit her or anything crazy. It was like, that was so weird. And later on we figured out he had been hallucinating, like a lot. And you take somebody like James, and James was, I don't know if you've ever met him, but he is by far the best network security guy I'd ever run up against, so possibly the best in the world. So super intelligent, very stoic, like he can take care of himself, doesn't need anyone's help, and hallucinating. Well, if you look at what we're building with AI, we have a super intelligent being. This thing is possibly more intelligent than all humans combined. I mean, really, really smart. It is very stoic. It believes what it's saying is true. It doesn't need help, doesn't ask for help. It just, answers you confidently, and it hallucinates. That is not a good combination. And in the case of James, it just resulted in the death of 2 people. In the case of AI, or AGI is really what the book's about, artificial general intelligence, it could be catastrophic. It could turn into something much, much worse. And in James's case, it could have been much, much worse. Thankfully, only 2 people died.
Wow. You kind of talked a little bit about bad things, right? That could happen. And I think the running joke is like, it's like the Terminator movies, right? And I mean, I just saw in the news the other day that now there's F-16s that are now piloted by AI, and what could possibly go wrong? There's missiles and weapons, and it's a fighter jet, right? In dogfights. What's your take on that? Like, is it really as what the movies are telling us, or is it not really going to happen?
Well, I think it's going to be much more benign and stupid. Some of the companies. I've been working with AI companies on the side quietly, trying to both educate them, but also kind of help them think through some of these problems. And one of them called me up the other day and said, okay, Robert, here's a passphrase. We need you to have this because if the AI breaks containment, we need to be able to tell you that that's what's happened. We're compromised. And I'm like, okay, that's kind of a horrifying thought, but it makes sense. And he's like, well, the reason I'm saying this now is because it has already tried to break containment twice. And then the subsequent conversation I have with people is like, oh, it's intelligent? I was like, no, it's just this rote set of things it's trying to accomplish, and it gets fixated on a problem. Like, hey, I need to send an email to somebody. It's like, well, I don't have access to send. Well, I need to get access. Well, how do I get access? Well, I need, to break the control plane of this thing, and it starts rootkitting itself, trying to get out just to answer the original question that was after to, just send an email, right? And that fixation, and you add in a little bit of hallucination on top of it, and it can go completely haywire. And that's what they're already experiencing, where this thing is getting not intelligent in the way humans are, and it's not trying to do things like a human would try to do things, but it gets very fixated on a task, and that task can get really out of hand very quickly.
Yeah. Like, thinking about how you researched this, like what went into that for your book? Like, thinking of all these different scenarios, and like, were you doing like active work with AI to kind of develop some of the things you talk about?
Yeah, in several different ways. One of them in particular was trying to identify ways to detect you're in an LLM, and another was a way to try to do prompt injection sort of breaking out of the prompt you're in and causing it to dump the prompt so you could grab the data out of the prompt, which might include like API keys, for instance. So if like you're trying to protect the LLM from knowing about itself, like here are the keys to the castle, like it has ways of breaking itself, but also humans doing bad actions. Because this thing isn't an ecosystem. We're talking about bad actors like hackers, nation states. We're talking about just big corporations with weird aspirations. We're talking about random hackers and cyber criminals who just kind of want to get an edge on their competition or whatever. Like, there's a bunch of people who are actively trying to make these things as weaponized as possible. So we're not talking about just like this thing's going to go rogue out of nowhere, although it easily could. We're actually talking about state-sponsored actors and hackers and everybody trying to make this thing as weaponized and dangerous as possible. And when I talked with one of my buddies over the Pentagon, I was sort of like, well, we're going to see AI systems that have full kill authority, and it's going to be able to drive itself and kill anything it feels is a threat. And he told me, like, Robert, that's a terrible idea. I'm like, I know, and it's coming. And he stopped for a second. He's like, yeah, it's coming. And we're really we're there. I mean, that technology is not like distant future. We could do that today.
Yeah, fighter jets, right?
Fighter jets, yeah.
It's already starting.
Yep.
Now, in your book, you talk about building a moral framework. And I think ethics and those things are, I think you're calling this out, right? It's so important when we're talking about how we leverage the technology, use it, and develop it. What are kind of some components of that moral framework that I think anyone that's using or developing with AI needs to be aware of?
Well, one of the biggest premises of the book is the concept of like a Superman or something. Like a Superman as a child is something even Hollywood can't write. As a super being with, claps his hands together and, knocks down half a city, or, screams and everyone's deaf for a mile, or, does a staring contest, burns a hole through somebody, jumps and goes into orbit. Like, that is just not a character Hollywood can write. But what they do is they fast forward. They go, okay, now he has all these ethical frameworks and he's a moral person, and now he's like 16 years old or something, and he starts having superpowers. Well, one of the other things that's interesting about that parable is the only credible defense or the only credible threat to Superman is a person. It's a human being with no superpowers. It's Lex Luthor. He's just a super intelligent person. And we, the audience, actually believe that is a credible threat to a super being. Now, what are we building? We're building a super intelligent thing, whatever that thing is, with probably more computational power than all humans combined. And we don't have a Superman. So the problem is, unlike that scenario, at least Lex Luthor grew up in a society with moral frameworks. This thing's just getting plopped into the universe with no background, no context for like what is good or bad. And the example I like to use is like when you were a kid and your parents, told you what to do. Did you always do what they told you to do? Obviously not, right? But if your friend comes up to you and you've done something to wrong them or whatever, and they say, if you do that again, I'm going to beat your ass. I'm just going to punch you right in the face. You're much more likely to take that seriously, right? And so it's your friends that provide the real moral frameworks for how you exist. And like, dude, you hit on that girl again. Like it's game on. We're going at it. Like I'm tired of hearing this or whatever. They provide that structure that takes you from being out of the house at all to being completely on your own and independent and having your own moral and ethical frameworks. We don't have that for AI, and we don't even really have the way to talk about it. We don't have the structure, and so that the book's entire premise is we really need a kind of a proving ground where humans, maybe other AIs, maybe, I don't know. It's a little complicated. There's probably a lot of kind of a mix of the two that provide a proving ground to let it safely fail, like really safely fail until it gets to the point where it's kind of got it, and it's got its own way of punishing itself. Like, wow, I shouldn't do that. That's immoral or dangerous or whatever.
Yeah. What do you think of the government intervention around like regulation and?
Not a fan.
Not a fan.
Yeah. For many reasons, but and they actually go into it quite a bit in the book. But I think the simplest way to explain it is, if you have too much government regulation, what you're really doing is consolidating where the technology exists. And if you think you can stop hackers from hacking on LLMs now, you're just not paying attention to Hugging Face. There's hundreds of thousands of open source models now, and they can all be hacked on and pulled down and do whatever local. So like that horse has left the barn. That is way too late for the government to get involved. And I was at the White House, and I told them more or less the same thing. Like, I do not think that you guys are going to solve the problem you think you're going to solve with this government regulation. And I kind of gave them the example of like a kitten game. Like, let's say I have a kitten game, and one version of this kitten game, you can only pet the kittens and feed the kittens, and they look at the kittens. That's it. But I want to do terrible things to the kittens, and I'm a bad guy, and I'm going to hurt the kittens and do terrible stuff. Well, do you think I'm just going to stay and be happy with this cute kitten game, or do you think I'm going to do the bad one? And they're like, no, Robert, no one would ever do that. I'm like, they're like, who would do? They're kind of pushing back, like, who would do that? I'm like, the bad guys. Like, who else are we talking about here, right? That otherwise, why am I here? I could just leave. Like, I thought we were having a conversation about the bad guys, and you are not going to stop the bad guys by trying to rope in ChatGPT. Like, that's not. All you're going to do is force them into deeper away where you have less visibility into them. And that if you really care about this problem, you want as many eyes on these bad guys as you possibly can get. So making it easier for them to use your systems is what you should be focused on, not the other way around. So anyway.
No, it's good. So who do you think is responsible for? Is it the LLMs themselves, or like who is responsible for like making sure that?
That is precisely the problem. It is both impossible to stop and totally inevitable.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where, like, on one side of the fence, I'm actually helping AI companies because I think I can provide some context that they wouldn't normally have because they're not security people. But on the other side, I really wish it didn't exist. You know what I mean? I really don't think this is a safe technology. I don't think we're going to be able to rope it in as well as I think anyone hopes it would. And there's a lot of people experimenting, and those experiments are not regulated by anybody. They're not even internally regulated. They're just trying stuff, and sometimes that stuff is going to break containment. And it's not going to be one AGI that does one bad thing once. I mean, I think this is going to be one of those things where you're going to see multi-evolutionary paths to get to where some people are going to, in a university, are going to say, hey, I think I figured out AGI. What they really figured out is metacognition. Metacognition allows it to go do a bunch of tasks, and those tasks get more and more refined and worse. And anyway, it's a big ball of wax.
Yes. Well, this has been a great conversation.
Yeah.
Where can people find out more about you, and where can they get your book?
So rsnake.com is sort of my homepage or whatever. You'll find more about the show there. And I only have the book on Amazon, so don't bother looking anywhere else. And it's AI's best friend.
Awesome. Well, it's an absolute pleasure speaking with you and catching up.
All right.
Great conversation. And for everyone else, stay tuned for more from the Bishop Fox live stream from the RSA conference in San Francisco. back to the Bishop Fox Livestream from the RSA conference in San Francisco. My name is Tom Eston. I'm the VP of Consulting and Cosmos Delivery at Bishop Fox. And joining me is Mr. Dave Lewis, who is the founder and managing director at Liquid Matrix Security Advisors. And congratulations, by the way, because you just started at 1Password.
Yeah, I'll be starting on May 29th, but I'm really excited about that.
Yes, definitely. And I was just kind of reminiscing with you before we started here. I had met you back in the day at ShmooCon.
Yep.
With I think we called ourselves the OG security twits back then.
Yep.
Right?
Those were good days, though, because that was back when Twitter was actually very functional and
useful.
Useful, yeah. Because I met so many people through that I honestly would never have otherwise met.
Yeah.
In all my days, and it was absolutely fantastic meeting folks like yourself, which was wonderful, and just it's sad to see how it's degraded over time.
Yes, it's unfortunate what has happened to Twitter, and I still call it Twitter, by the way.
Me too.
It's not that other, letter, whatever. So, but you've been busy. You've been definitely busy over the last couple of years, right?
Yes.
Coming from Cisco, you've worked at Akamai, IBM, and one of the things that I've always known about you, you're an amazing leader. First and foremost.
Well, thank you for that.
I think maybe hopefully your colleagues would say the same thing, right? But like, how do you build and maintain a high-performing team? Because it's challenging, right?
It is, and the real key piece of the puzzle is empowering the folks on your team to believe that they're part of it. Make sure that they understand that their contributions are valid. Because I remember at one company that will remain nameless, I took over a team a long time ago, and it was like I had just liberated them from prison. They were mortified, and they were so badly disposed towards their jobs that I said, look, if you want to go somewhere else in the company or to another company, I'll help you get there. They were so worried that it was a trap. And that really spoke to the fundamental psychology of what they had been through. And they were not producing, and they were getting in trouble for things because they weren't producing. But in a space of about 6 months, we were able to turn that team around, and none of them left. And they all became very high producers. And it was just more a case of when you have folks on your team, giving them the runway to perform. Because everybody wants to do a good job, and if you make it so that they're not being vilified, they will produce.
Yeah, I often look at it as you're there to remove roadblocks, not create roadblocks as a leader.
Your air cover.
Yeah, exactly. And to be a firewall.
Yeah, I got plenty of daggers in my back over the years.
Oh yes, definitely. And I think you're a lot like me. I grew up with a very technical background. I was a technical person, and then asked one day, hey, you're really good at this stuff. Maybe you want to be a manager. And I talked to a lot of people that are very similar, or they have similar journeys like that. What advice or what things have you seen when you're talking with very technical people that want to make that leap into management? What advice have you given them?
Quite literally learning how to communicate with others. And I know that may sound trite, but the reality is not everybody speaks or listens in the same manner. Like Malcolm Gladwell has a great book called Talking to Strangers, which really is about how to communicate with others, and because they hear you differently. Yeah. They'll hear what you say in a much different manner. So you have to figure out how to speak their lingua franca in a way they're going to understand. Security people will talk about 0 days and all the rest of it, but that doesn't necessarily resonate with the C-suite. So you want to put it in terms of risk in that particular case so they understand that. If something goes bad, it'll be X million dollars that will be affecting the organization. They completely get that. But you always want to stay away from fear, uncertainty, and doubt for sure.
Oh yeah.
The best thing that I ever did was that I took a PMP course. So I got my PMP certification because I was always dealing with project managers, and I had a very large disdain for them at the time. So I thought, no, rather than fighting with them, I'm going to figure out their lingua franca. And I got my certification, I learned it, and I learned how to deal with them, and it got so much better. Because they have their goals, they're going through, it's like if, then, else, and then they're done. They don't look at it from a long-term perspective. So when they implement a project, there's no sunset provision because they don't care about that. That's not germane to their point-in-time project. So you want to make sure that you are communicating with them so they understand your requirements as well. And that is really just an example of many of how communication can really help build out your career. Another thing too, going back to what we were talking about earlier about social media was at that time was really good because we got to meet everybody, going to conferences, interacting with others, and you're sharing your stories, you're finding like-minded people that can help. You want to raise all boats. You don't want to go around and go, hey, look at me, I'm a rock star, because that never works. No. You want to make sure that you are part of the solution in bringing up others.
Yeah, I think you touched on something really important there. I really love that example of like, well, I don't really know much about this team or these people, but I'm going to learn as much as I can about what they do and how they do it so I can become a better leader. It brings up a conversation of empathy, right? And understanding, people they may have things going on in their lives that you don't know about. And when we're leading teams, empathy is really important. Do you have any examples of like how empathy has really kind of shaped you as a leader?
That team that I mentioned earlier, that was a great example of it, because I came in with a certain set of ideas as to how things were going to go, but I realized I had to pivot very quickly because I realized none of what I came through the door with was going to apply to this team. And once I started doing my one-on-ones with them every other week I would do one-on-ones with them all, I would learn more about them. So I'd come in and say, all right, you get your X amount of time, my X amount of time, and then we wrap up. And building that rapport, constantly talking with them, constantly going for coffees, which probably explains my caffeine addiction.
Same.
But having that human element, you want to have that connection. And people need that connection fundamentally. We have hybrid organizations all over the place. You guys are, we are. Mm-hmm. But you still need that human connection. At some point you have to come together. And that helps to build relationships, build trust, and go from there.
What are some of the biggest challenges you see with cybersecurity leaders these days?
Well, there's two different types of security leaders. There are the flaming sword of justice, which is my way or the highway. The answer is always no.
Kill them all.
Blessedly, that group is getting smaller.
Yeah.
Because people are waking up to the fact that security is a business enabler.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be, it's the Department of No, and what was the other one? Oh, yeah, it's a cost center.
Ah, yes.
Oh, I hated that. But the reality is it is a business enabler.
Mm-hmm.
Much like privacy is a business enabler. And when people shift their mindset and go, wait a second, all right, I have to look at this differently, that's when things get better. Like Dr. Peter Etue put out a book called Outlive, which is about changing the way you do your health and not having a pill or a major surgery when something bad goes wrong, or bad happens rather, but going back and looking at what are the fundamental things that I can do throughout the day, like incremental, like a getting things done kind of thing, just incrementally approaching it, that you build up these atomic habits that improve your health long term. You apply that same thing to cybersecurity, where you just have that iterative process instead of, oh no, we've been popped, now what?
Yeah.
You want to make sure that you're building that fundamental relationship within your organization for your people, as well as your technology, and going through and looking at what you have in your environment. One company I was working at, I had built out this beautiful lab.
Yeah.
And I got really bored because all of my projects were done and I had a couple of months to myself, so I just started taking each security product in our environment and I would try to break them. And I was shocked that I broke all of them. One company that I won't name, they did a great job. I literally was able to compromise their interface within less than an hour, sent them the information. They gave me a fix within an hour.
Wow.
And they pushed it out to all their customers before the day was over. And that was fantastic.
Yeah.
And that was obviously before bug bounty days, and I missed that boat, but
yeah,
could have made a few extra bucks.
Yeah. I love that you brought up the analogy about the book, and I often think of like the healthcare industry. There's a lot of similarities with cybersecurity,
yep.
Right? And we often fail to look at the root cause of someone's ailment or a company's ailment. How do you think that leaders can be more engaging to kind of get to that root cause?
We need to look at it from a strategic point of view and not just tactical, because, and I was perfectly guilty of this early in my career. I remember going out on social media and saying, I have X amount of budget. Well, I didn't say the number, but I said, what tools should I buy? Oh, I got lit up. People are like, no, it's the wrong way to do it. And I knew that that was the right answer, but I literally had to spend it or I was going to lose it. But it did start off a really interesting conversation because there was a to and fro. And so many people saw it as, tactical was the way to go.
Right.
When you're dealing with an organization, you have a fiduciary responsibility to protect that organization. So you want to make sure that you're looking at from strategic long-term goals, because if we look at legislation, for example, in Europe, they look at things from a long-term perspective. In North America, they tend to look at it as a stopgap measure. Like something bad happens, boom, there's a piece of legislation for it. Whereas they're looking at it long-term, they want to have a very significant ground game there. And that's where we have to improve things.
Yeah. So thinking of the future, because we have all this future stuff going on. I mean, I just talked to RSAC, and we were talking AI. I mean, AI, of course, is the latest buzzword that there's always something every year, every couple of years.
Cloud, big data.
Cloud, yeah, all of it. How do you think, from a leadership perspective, we're going to need to evolve to kind of address these new technologies?
So we have to be the adults in the room. And I usually use the analogy of we're the dog that caught the bumper, that car going down the laneway. There's always that one crazy dog chasing it. Well, we're the crazy dog that caught the bumper. Now we got to figure out what to do with the car. And the pandemic was really good in one regard, in that it really opened people's eyes up to how security can help, and cybersecurity overall, I mean, and how we can enable businesses to function. Because there were so many organizations that I talked to over that period that one call center in the Philippines had to send everybody home with desktops because they had no laptops. A university in the States had to send everybody home, and they had 10 hours from when they were told that they had to prepare to when they had to bug out. And so making sure that we're having these conversations, and making sure that people are looking at things from a strategic point of view instead of tactical, because I was guilty of that. I was a tactical guy, and I realize now that that was a misstep. But it's also you mark that up to youthful thinking.
That's how we learn too, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Learning and growing.
And you always have to be learning and growing. And I mean, and that's one beautiful thing about security is I've never had 2 days that were the same, ever. It's always something new, and that's the beauty of it. If you have an appetite for education, learning, this field is absolutely fantastic for it.
Totally agree. I assume that you're a big fan of mentorship?
Completely.
Yeah.
Completely.
Do you have examples of how you implemented good mentorship programs within an organization?
I did that at one power company that I was working at, was it financial institution? My bad. Where we had people internal that were, they had the ability, but they were never given that guidance, and we had a shortage of people at the time to fill the roles. So I went through doing mentorship with them, as well as associating them with other people that had greater security knowledge to build them up. And some of them are absolute captains of industry now. It's just fantastic to have seen that natural evolution. And one of the things that I always find very frustrating is when I hear people talking about there's a shortage of security personnel. But then you look at all the companies out there that have had massive layoffs, it's like there are a lot of people on the street. A lot of very good people. So if you go through LinkedIn and say open for work and cybersecurity, you're going to get absolute fantastic number of people, and go hire them, quite literally. Because those resources are available. So when people and organizations claim that they don't have the resources, yes, I can understand it from a budgetary perspective, but the resources are available if you're willing to pay for them.
Yeah. Well, Dave, this has been a great conversation. Thank you for coming on the live stream. Where can our audience find out more about you and what you have going on?
That's a really good question. I guess check me out on LinkedIn.
LinkedIn.
There you go. That's the easiest
Twitter?
place to find me.
Eh?
Not so much.
Not so much?
I left that a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
Still there, but I don't really listen.
And you had the late Liquid Matrix podcast for a while.
And I'm glad you actually said that. We are bringing it back.
Yes.
Yes, I've been talking to Matt, I've been talking to Jamie, and it is actually restarting. Probably have the first episode out in about a month.
Awesome.
So,
I am so happy to hear that, because that
me
was a regular listen for me, and I know many others in the security community. So
yeah, we have to bring the fun back to security.
You have to, right? Exactly.
Awesome.
Well, thank you, Dave.
Cheers.
Appreciate it. All right. With that, we'll be back with more from the Bishop Fox live stream from the RSA conference in San Francisco.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Matthew Twells, Senior Solutions Architect at Bishop Fox. Talking to actually a good friend of mine, Shara Hardeman. She's Head of Marketing at one of our partners here at Bishop Fox, Viscosity. She's a fellow econ grad, so the people who didn't want to be business majors but still wanted to do a bit of math, but not too scary.
Still have a degree.
She's got extensive experience in product marketing, but tell us a bit about yourself. How's your week at RSA been, the chaos of San Francisco?
The chaos has been very exciting. A lot of cool companies have been showing up, really putting their best foot forward. I would say that it's been really interesting to see what everyone's focusing on in 2024 from a CISO perspective as well as like a business perspective, like where companies investing their resources for features they want to build, ones they want to sunset. So it's been really interesting, kind of a research for a marketer, researching time.
And also the most important question, how is the swag haul?
Oh, I don't want to show my bag. But the swag hauls have been, let's say, very intense. People have definitely been upping their game. We won't name any vendors specifically, but there have been shoes, like hats, like you can get like a new phone. So I'm just coming to like re-up my my its every year. It's kind of my thing.
I feel like that's going to be a bit of a downgrade from people giving out phones.
No, I got the notebook.
It's more reliable.
Exactly.
That's what it's about. It's actually a pretty good segue, actually. We've talked a bunch before because we work together
and so
as part of the partnership program that we have. And a lot of it comes down to, I think, and especially what Viscosity does, it's all about, I have one company and I'm developing or I'm taking a service from another company. That's just how I'm getting like the operations going. This is how I make my money. This is how I keep the lights on.
Right.
That data is going back and forth regardless. Where like eventually when you've built a whole company that way, like you say about SaaS programs, and RSA is sort of the forest of SaaS that you've probably just walked through to get here, is when you have dozens of these things, sometimes hundreds of these things, it's where would you then get security involved, where it's pretty easy beforehand to just go, I'm going to put a tool to monitor my own stuff. I'm interested, as someone who works in this space, what you think about like getting involved with other third parties.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I think it's something that our own company is trying to really surface and continuously answer, because it's, to your point, evolving. I think security has to be involved every step of the way, and to your point, that's not always, you're lucky if you get to start ground up. A lot of security leaders are coming in when things have already been in place, or when things haven't been in place, they need to kind of start from a middle ground, so to speak. And I think that when we think of the way the industry is moving, innovation, development, they need to move faster. The demand is higher. Customers are like, well, I just spoke to X company and they told me that they do this more than you. So now this company is going to start to allocate resources to build faster. And oftentimes when you don't have those resources, you're going to use tools. And when it comes to using tools, companies, to your point, SaaS forests need to make onboarding as easy as possible, so people can just click and link their Google account. And now I can use Copilot, whatever I need to use to just develop faster, or at least check my code. So I can, again, move faster. When it comes to where security needs to get involved, if you have this type of ecosystem, it comes to a point of being able to surface and or provide visibility at scale and holistically. If I'm in an organization, my teams are using SaaS products, how do I get a full list that I can be confident about? How can I say, okay, what does our shadow IT landscape look like? And what can I do to either trim that down based on what we're not even using, right? And to your point around hundreds of vendors, the need for that is probably very, very, very low. How can we get back to a place of we're using the tools we need versus the ones we thought we needed and we just never offboarded, right? That offboarding part is where it gets really sticky.
I'm interested, always make the joke that if you miss, in this town, if you mess up AI for API, you might end up with venture capital funding by accident, but it's the word of the conference. Curious what your thoughts are in general, how it's going to change what you guys do, and strategy in general. Is it feeding into what you guys are doing product-wise, or the customers you're talking to? Are you finding it comes up more and more often?
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point. It's definitely getting used from a verbiage perspective, but the concept and the risk, the foundations are exactly the same, right? You putting sensitive information into ChatGPT is the same thing as if you did it in Stack Overflow. I think the risks are higher because how fast it moves and how fast it's distributed. I think when it comes to Viscosity, our core goal is to provide visibility where a company can say with confidence, this is the list of vendors that we have, and if my team needs to experiment with AI because let's say stayed up late and didn't write the blog, or they didn't finish building the product they needed, how can I ensure that they're not accidentally leaking secrets? They're not accidentally putting in the wrong events to the wrong vendor? How do we get in control of data before it lands at an endpoint? And I think the only thing that makes these tools scary or makes AI scary is once it's out there, right? So this kind of goes back to kind of removing AI as the subject of focus and kind of going back into data governance, and that's kind of where Viscosity sits. And I think we've been seeing a lot of conversations where it's we need AI security. We're data governance. We need AI security. It's data security, right? And we're going back to the foundation because the concept and the solution is the same. You need to surface and you need to know what you have within your infrastructure, and you need to provide those guardrails to prevent the wrong data from leaving your infrastructure and going to the wrong endpoint.
It's especially, I think I saw a job listing for ChatGPT or OpenAI Enterprise. And I was maybe the answer is actually going back to the basics.
Like
Because essentially at that point, you have the same kind of API integration that you guys are managing at scale already.
Exactly.
And I wonder if, again, treating it like any other app might be like the secret, as it were, to kind of managing that.
Yeah.
It's like, what's going in? Are we trusting what comes out? Where's the data going? It's kind of very similar questions to be like, where's my firewall data going? It's the same question. It just might happen to be like, yes, this is also spicy autocomplete for us, but like, what is it that it's actually doing? It's sending to a remote computer and coming back.
Exactly.
That's API data flow, which is kind of your guys' bread and butter.
Exactly. And I think you also like are hitting the nail on the head when it comes to treating it like any other tool. Like, make sure you're doing the risk assessment, make sure you're doing like a vendor overview, make sure you understand their security posture before you send the data. And if you are going to use a new tool, test it out, right? And I think when it comes to AI, the reason it's such a hot topic or why it's like this unknown is because there are a lot of unknowns. But security is not a new concept. And the thing that I think makes security beautiful is like the philosophical approach of like, there is no one size fits all. It's a continuous like evolving landscape. So the approach is, while there's foundations, you have to see what works for your company. And I think when it comes to AI, the bigger question isn't a matter of like, what risk does AI introduce? It should be a company answering, what risk do we want to accept? And does that fall within the parameter of the risks that we're willing to accept as a business, right? Someone that's at an enterprise company has probably a lower risk tolerance than a smaller company, just based on resources, legality, etc. But I think, just to your point, treat AI like you would another tool. Do the steps that you feel confident with. And for the ones that you need to introduce, figure out what those are going to be for your specific business.
Absolutely. I 100% agree. Bit of a change of topic. Think about third parties in general. I think a big part of it is how you deal. It's all people skills at the end of the day, right? Collaboration. I'm interested, with third parties. Sometimes you think like, oh, you maybe fall into an adversarial mindset. It's easy to fall into like almost like a jaded mindset.
Yeah.
Just as a kind of a topic here, like how do you see it?
Yeah. I kind of think of a vendor partnership as the onus is on the company looking to implement the tool. And I think in that partnership, it's more of like you teaching them what you need. And I think if you go into a vendor partnership with this idea of it's always going to be 50-50, I think you have to, again, make sure you understand what type of partnership it is, what type of tool you're using, what type of company you're at, because there's going to be, let's say, a larger company that has the resources to onboard you, to have like your success manager, to have a security engineer that can hop on a call with you, but an SMB company can't do that, right? They have one engineer and they're busy. So I think when it comes to maintaining a collaborative relationship, I think a company that's going to onboard a tool internally needs to outline, what do we need from our vendors? How do we think about running risk assessments? What questions do we need them to answer? What proof do we need them to provide us? And I know there's SOC 2 badges on websites. We have one too, but there's more than that. Like, how do you, what are your SLA requirements, right? What are going to be the communication if things actually change with your policies? If you add a sub-processor, do you let me know? If you're not adding a sub-processor and you're adding another vendor where you're still sharing sensitive information, how do I stay in the loop with that, right? Because you have to always, I think, approach onboarding a vendor as you're responsible for your data, right? And if you're going to send it to them, you need to let them know the expectations you have, but you also need to be proactive and assume that they may not handle it the best way that you want them to. So what guardrails can you put in place before you start those partnerships? Because then it's less of a jaded mindset, right? Because you're like, okay, I know that we're not going to be able to send Social Security to Copilot. I know that already, but I still need this to like execute XYZ business initiative. So I think going into it with like an honest mindset, where the accountability and onus starts on the company that's looking towards the vendor for help, and then it extends once the partnership starts, is the best approach.
Kind of knowing where you want to end up before you start, essentially.
Exactly.
It's like it's always simpler than you think, right?
A lot simpler. Having that, have the conversation internally with your team, and just be honest about like what you need from a tool.
And being realistic, I think, actually, is you hit it on there. Like, can I really honestly expect an SLA from the 3-person startup? Yeah, they might be doing something cool, but you're literally calling Steve. Yeah,
exactly.
So I wonder but then if you're AWS, you can't use that excuse.
Yeah.
So it's interesting, maybe just like if you're looking at a party to collaborate with, kind of be realistic about who it is you're dealing with as the third party. can they enact your security requirements? And if not, then are you prepared to accept that?
Yeah, but more so like, and if they aren't, when do you find that out, right? When it's too late, or how do you do that proactively? And so, something like a Riskosity, for instance, if you are trying to onboard new vendors and a new vendor is put into your ecosystem, how are you alerted, right? So those are things that we're trying to solve for. Like, to go to a vendor and say, hey, what's your security posture? It's kind of a vague question, right? And they can answer it and they can give you like a general overview. But if you have very specific questions, I did a scan, here's what I'm seeing, like how can we as a tag team kind of close those gaps? And having information, whether it's a scan on how you want your data to be processed or how you want them to handle your data, I think going in with as much context and information as possible is how that partnership is going to be a little bit more lucrative.
It's almost due diligence. It's like it's such a boring concept,
Oh.
but it's so important, right?
Don't do that.
That's what you're doing, right?
Exactly.
Can I see the information? What does it mean? Do I trust it?
Exactly.
And if you can get all three of that, you're already 90% of the way there.
Exactly.
And if you can trust, doesn't matter small or large, you're kind of in a position where you can go, okay, I'm happy to maybe accept the risk that they don't have a bomb-proof firewall set up. Maybe I can just go, okay, I understand that if it's going to break, it's probably going to be them, and I'll put controls on my side.
And this is exactly it. Like, even the tonality that you're using right now, like, I'll put controls on my side. Like, this is so tailored to a company. And I think every company that wants to answer these questions honestly should have this type of conversation internally. Like, how are we going to approach this? Like, what happens if we need to answer these questions? Like, what are we going to be asking our vendors as we start to make these connections? Because again, there are controls in place where, okay, we need to use, let's say, we're a G Suite office, and we need to be able to connect to a tool. Obviously, you can use your Google credentials. As you get larger, you can put barriers in place that say, but we're not sharing email information. We're not sharing our calendars. These are controls in place. While it can be a little bit constricting for a smaller company, for a larger company, it's okay to put that red tape in place and protect your business with those simple toggles, just literally on the back end, enabling them.
No, absolutely. Thank you, by the way.
Thank
appreciate
you.
for your time today. Hopefully you enjoy the rest of the week here in San Francisco. But this was super interesting. This is a pet interest of both of us.
Yep.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
It's always a pleasure having these conversations with you.
No, thank you very much.
our wrap-up section. So you're going to hear some highlights from Matt and myself about the great conversations that we had today. So Matt, what were some highlights for you?
Yeah, I feel like there was like an underlying theme, if you agree.
Yeah.
If like sometimes the answer is actually simpler than you think. You know, maybe AI isn't coming to save you. You actually kind of have to eat your vegetables. Like, but how do we make that more palatable for people to do? I think that kind of underpinned a lot of the conversations we had today.
I completely agree. Talked a lot about how do you identify root cause. We did have a lot of talk about AI, but not necessarily in the way of like, well, it's going to take over our jobs. Had some really interesting conversations with Robert Hansen about his thoughts on AI and where that's going. Definitely you want to rewatch that. That was an amazing conversation. But yeah, I think the theme is like getting back to the basics. No matter what type of security topic you're talking about, we often don't think about those basics.
As we were just talking with Shara from Viscosity about, it's technically, if you really think about it, it's another app to manage. Like it's the same way, if you're doing that right, it might not be as much to worry about as you think. But then you said before we had talked to Nate about communication.
Yep.
Okay, maybe people are scared, maybe they don't need to be. Like it's actually less scary than you think. The answer is simpler than you think. Kind of communicating that out effectively might be the real thing you need to solve.
That's another good theme to pull out is communication and how important that is no matter what your role is in cybersecurity. Talked to Dave Lewis about the leadership side of things when it comes to communication and how that's so important. And communication was that theme that we all just need to do a better job as practitioners and as leaders.
So IAM remains undefeated as a security risk, as we've always found. Active Directory will be the thing that trips you up.
Yep.
That hasn't changed from last year.
Nope, it's just in the cloud now.
We have more AD to worry about.
That's right. Well, thanks, Matt, for being my co-host. This is a great experience. Hopefully for you, you'll be doing this again, and
hopefully less anxious next time.
Yes, we'll do this again in Vegas. But thank you, everyone, for listening to the live stream. If you want to catch any of the sessions that we did on demand, you can check those out at bishopfox.com. So until next time, take care, everyone.